Hello everyone. So we are starting a new series of Microsoft Fabric, and in this series we are going to learn complete about Microsoft Fabric from a basic to the advanced level. We are going to learn each and every topic with practical example and the project part. So this is going to be a very interesting series. So let's start. Let's first understand what is Microsoft Fabric in this particular video, what is the need and what is the usage and all. So Microsoft Fabric is an all-in-one data and analytics platform built by Microsoft that unifies everything from a data engineering to the BI in one single place. So what is Microsoft Fabric? So Microsoft Fabric is nothing but it is a one product which is built by Microsoft. What actually it is doing for all your data and analytics needs. For all your data and analytics needs, what actually it has done, it has bring all the tool into a one single place. It has bring all the tool into a one single place. You can think like Power BI plus Azure Synapse plus Data Factory plus Spark plus Data Lake, all integrated into a one single SaaS platform. It means all the tool Power BI, Azure Synapse, Data Factory, OneLake, all has integrated into a one single place, and that is nothing but a Microsoft Fabric. Now let's understand from a business perspective why it is a very much important. So let's start and let's understand that from a business perspective. Let's take an example from an analytics perspective. Let's take example from a analytics perspective. Let me take one example. Suppose I am working in one company. I am working in one company for the retail clients. For retail clients. Now what business owner wants to know? Business owner wants to know which particular product is working good and which product doesn't have any demand. So they want to know that. So I am working for one retail clients, and that client is selling different kind of the product, like product 1, product 2, product 3, like that the multiple products are there, and they want to know which particular product is working good and which particular product doesn't have any demand. So they want to know if any of the product they don't have any demand, suppose very low demand is there for this particular product, so they don't want to keep this particular product, they want to remove. So for that they want to do a analysis, they want to do a analysis. Now in this case what is happening, they have a multiple stores, they have around 100 plus stores. Now to do a analysis, right, because we have 100 plus stores. Now to do a analysis, it is not a very easy because your data is across the 100 plus stores. Now if you had to do a analysis, right, in 100 store all the data you had to bring, and you had to do analytics on top of that. So in that case what actually we had to do, because we had to bring all the data which is available into a multiple places, right? So what actually we will do, we data engineers, we will hire data engineers, and what these data engineers will do, they will try to bring all the data into a one single place with the help of the ETL. With the help of the ETL they will try to bring all the data into a one single places. That is nothing but a data lake, in a data lake. And for the ETL, what actually we will use? We will use a Azure Data Factory. We will use a Azure Data Factory. In Azure, we use Azure Data Factory, right? Which bring all the data into a one single place, and we will store into a data lake. That is nothing but a ADLS, Azure Data Lake Storage. Now, whatever the data we are storing into a one single place, right? That data might not be clean. That data might not be clean. So what we had to do? We had to clean this data. We had to clean this data. So for cleaning, what generally we do? For cleaning, we had to use a Databricks. For cleaning, we had to use a Databricks. In the Databricks, we write a PySpark code, and we write all the kind of the code, and we try to clean the data. Now, once we clean the data, what actually we do? We try to dump the data into a data warehouse. Suppose we are dumping into the data warehouse. Now, after dumping into the data warehouse, what actually we'll do? We will connect with the Power BI. Power BI we will connect with the Power BI, and we will create a visualization. We will create a visualization, means what is the demand of the each product based on the store. So we will create this particular visualization. So these are the analytics needs, and for the analytics needs we perform this kind of the operation. Now here if you will see, now here if you will see, for the to bring all the data into one single place, we had to do a ETL activity, and for that what actually we are using, we are using a Azure Data Factory. We are using a Azure Data Factory, that is one tool. Now you have to store into one place. So for that, what actually we are doing, we are creating another service that is nothing but a Azure Data Lake storage. Now if you have to clean the data, then we are relying on the another service that is nothing but a Databricks. Now if you have to load into a data warehouse, then again we are creating a Spark pool, or you can say Synapse. You can say Synapse equal pool we are creating. Now you have to do a visualization. Then what actually we are doing, we are creating another service, Power BI, and we are integrating and we are creating a visualization. Now you can see from analytics needs, we are relying on to the multiple tools, you can say. For the ETL, Azure Data Factory, and then again we had to create Azure Data Lake storage, then we had to create a Databricks, then we had to create a Synapse, and then we had to create a Power BI. Means we are creating a multiple service, and managing of this particular service is also a very tricky task. And managing of all the services also very tricky task. To overcome this, what Microsoft Fabric has proposed, they have created one product. That is nothing but a fabric. Now what this fabric is doing, it is bringing all your data and analytics needs, whatever the tools is required. Suppose Azure Data Factory is required, ADF is required, right? So it has bring this tool into a one single place. It has integrated into a Microsoft Fabric itself. Similarly, for the data lake, right? So they have created OneLake. They have created a OneLake that has built on top of the ADLS only. Means OneLake is also available. Now suppose you have to create any Synapse SQL or data warehouse, right? So Synapse also is there. Now suppose any SQL or data warehouse, that also you have to do, you can also do that. Suppose any Spark code you have to write, so in a Synapse also you can write a Spark code. Now suppose you had to do a real-time analytics. So for real-time analytics option is also available. For the data science people, any machine learning things they had to do, that also is available. And suppose you had to do a visualization for Power BI, right? That also is available. Means all the tools are integrated into a one single place into a Microsoft Fabric, and this is solving your all the purpose. Means you do not have to rely on the multiple service, you do not have to manage all those services. Everything is available into a Microsoft Fabric, and you do not have to manage any kind of the infrastructure for this. You do not have to manage any kind of the infrastructure for this. Everything is handled by the Microsoft. You only have to use and you have to solve your analytics needs. So that is the main advantage we have in a Microsoft Fabric. Means all the tool, everything is available into a one single platform, one single SaaS platform, and that is solving our purpose. So I hope you got the idea from analytics needs point of view why Microsoft Fabric is very much important. Now before to the Microsoft Fabric, what actually we were doing, Power BI we were using for the report, Data Factory we were using for the pipeline, Synapse we were using for the SQL and the Spark, Data Lake we were using for the storing the files, we were using a notebook for the Python, ML and operation. So we were relying on this all the services, but Microsoft has bring all this tool into a one single place. It has unified everything into a one single place. So that is the main advantage. Now what is the key component? Now each team member, whether it is a data engineer, whether it is a data analyst or the data scientist, they can work together into a one single place. So from a data engineering perspective, suppose they have to build notebook, ETL pipeline, PySpark and the SQL, whatever they have to do, right? They can do into the Microsoft Fabric in one single place itself. Any kind of the data factory activity. Now from a data scientist perspective, suppose they have to do ML model, Azure ML, any operation they have to do, they can do into a Microsoft Fabric itself. From a data analytics perspective, suppose they have to build any kind of the report, they can do into a Microsoft Fabric itself. Means all the data science, data analyst, data scientist, they can work together into a one single platform itself. Now what you can do with Microsoft Fabric? So from Microsoft Fabric, we can ingest the data from SQL, Blob, API, SAS, any of the pipeline actually we can build, like how actually we were doing in Azure Data Factory, right? Here we can perform the same operation. We can store all the raw data into a one lakehouse. So in a Synapse, we were creating a Azure Data Lake storage, right? But in a Microsoft Fabric, we have a one lake house. So we can create a lake house and we can store all our data into a one single place itself. We can clean and transform our data using a notebook. So that operation we can do. We can aggregate and load the data into a table. We can visualize the data into a Microsoft Power BI. So whatever the raw data we are storing into the lake house, right? We can directly, so we can connect with the Power BI and we can directly visualize the data. So that is the flexibility also we get into a Microsoft Fabric. That's why it is a very much important tool which is available as of now. Now who should learn Microsoft Fabric? From a data engineer, data analyst, data scientist, BI, for everyone it is a very much important, because from a data analytics perspective this is a very much important. Why Microsoft Fabric is a big deal? Because we do not have to maintain any kind of the infrastructure. Everything is maintained by a Microsoft itself. So it is a SaaS platform. Unified user experience, no switching between the four different services. Means you do not have to create a multiple service. Everything is available into a one single place. It is integrated with a Microsoft 365. So that is another advantage. Built-in security, governance and the compliance. So that is another advantage. Cross cloud support, connect to the AWS, Google Cloud, etc. So that is the main advantage. So I hope you got the idea what is a Microsoft, what is the need of Microsoft, why it is a very much important from the analytics perspective. Yeah, that's it in this video. In next video, we'll try to create a Microsoft Fabric and we'll try to understand more about this. Hello everyone. So in this particular video, we are going to see how to create a Microsoft Fabric account, because once you will create a Microsoft Fabric account, you will be able to do all the practical parts. So Microsoft Fabric provides 60 days free trial. Microsoft Fabric provides 60 days free trial, but the thing is like, for that you should have a organization email. For that you should have a organization email or work email. When I am saying organization and work email, it means our gmail.com and outlook.com will not work. Our gmail.com and outlook.com will not work. If you have a proper organization and work email, then only you will be registered for the 60 days free trial. Now the thing is like, most of us we don't have a organization email. In that case, how actually we can do? So there are a couple of ways which I will show you, through which you can register for the Microsoft Fabric account. Now the first thing is like, for the Fabric, if you want to create a Fabric account, the first thing is like, you should have a organization and work email. If you already have organization and work email, directly you can go to the Fabric site and you can register for the 60 days free trial. And now if you don't have a work email, then what actually you can do? There are a couple of ways which is mentioned in the Google. For example, you can register for the developer program. If you will register for the developer program, so Microsoft has a 365 developer program. If you will register for that, you will get a organization email through which you can register for the Fabric capacity. I tried that way, but that didn't work for me. Most of the time, whenever you go with this approach, right, most of the that particular sandbox is not available. So this didn't work for me. Now what is the next way through which you can register it? The best way which I found through which actually we can register is like, what actually we can do, we can create in Azure, we get a free trial, right? In Azure we can create a Azure free account. Now in Azure free account we get a $200 credit. In Azure free trial we get a $200 credit. This credit actually we will use it for the Fabric. This credit actually we will use for the Fabric practice. Now in Azure we get the 30 days free trial. We get the 30 days free trial. Now in a 30 days free trial we get a $200 credit. Now what actually we will do? This $200 actually we will use it for the Fabric practice. This we are going to do for the Fabric practice. Now to create a Fabric account, how much actually you have to pay? Let's see. Now in a Google, if you search for the Fabric pricing, right, you will see this particular screen. Now you can see for the minimum one, for the app to one, you have to pay $262. But in Azure, what actually we get? We get only the $200. In Azure, we get only $200, but in a Fabric, right, for app to itself, we have to pay $262. Means I have to pay some money, right? But this $262 is per month. This is for the per month. Now in this case, what actually we are going to do, whenever we are doing a practice, right, whenever we are doing a practice, after doing a practice, you try to pause it. You try to pause the fabric capacity. In this way, we will try to save the money, and we will be able to complete all our practical in a $200 itself. So that is the way we are going to do. Now you have to come to the Google. Now search for the Azure free. We are going to create a Azure free account. Azure free account, something you type. After that you will get create your free account today. Click on that. And after that try Azure for free. We are going to create a Azure free account. So click on that. After that you have to pass your email and the password. I have already passed, so that's why it's logged in. Now after that we have to fill this detail. So country I selected, first name, last name I will give. Email address we have to pass. After that we have to pass the phone number. I will pass the phone number also. Company name we have to pass, so I will just write like the student. PAN ID, this is optional. Address, so let me give the address. I will just give the address. I will give the state. I will pass the city, and after that what we have to do, we have to solve the puzzle. Click on the next. You have to match the direction. Click on the check mark. Click on the I would like to share my information. Click on the next. Postal code also we have to pass, so let's pass that. And after that click on the next. Now you can see identify verification by card, so we have to pass our credit card details for this. So I will pass the credit card details. After that we will get the OTP that we have to pass. Sign up. Click on the protect your account. You can protect your account by setting up some password and all. Now you can see we are successfully logged in. You can see portal.azure.com. This is the URL where we have to log in. Go to the home. Now you can see this is the particular screen, and here only we can do all our Azure practice. Now once you log into the portal.azure.com, what you have to do, search for the users. So we are going to create one user. Click on the new user. Click on the new user. Here we will give the name. I will give the name as a money fabric. What actually it is going to do, it is going to create one work email. It is going to create one work email that actually we will use it for the Microsoft Fabric capacity. So give the password here and click on the review and create. What is going to happen, it is going to create one user. If I will refresh this, you can see one user got created, and also we have got one work email. This work email we will use to register for the Fabric capacity. Now after creating a user, right, we have to also assign a roles. So what actually you have to do, search for the subscription. In a search bar, search for the subscription, click on your subscription, go to the IAM role. We are going to assign a role to the user so that he will be able to create a resources and all. After that click on the role assignment, click on the add role assignment. Go to the privilege administration role, click on the contributor, select the member, which particular member you want to give a contributor role. I want to give to this particular user. Select that, and after that go to the review and assign. Click on the review and assign. It is going to create a contributor role to that particular user so that he will be able to create a services. After that what you have to do, next step, you can see money fabric is having a contributor role. After that what you have to do, you can see in the bottom right, resource provider. Search that, go to the fabric, search for the fabric here. This Microsoft Fabric will be unregistered for you, so you have to select that and you have to click on the register, then it will be registered. Now it is a registered now. What actually we are going to do now, So we have created one user. Now with the help of that user, we will try to log in. Click on the users. This is the user we have created, right? With the help of this user, we will try to log in to the Azure portal. And we are going to use a Microsoft Fabric which has provided a $200 capacity, right? That actually we are going to use that. So use this. Go here, search for the portal.azure.com. Use another account. Give the email address, work email which we have created. Give the password also. After giving the password, set the password. After setting up the password, click on the sign in. Click on the next. We have to log in for the Authenticator app. You can see Microsoft Authenticator app. You have to download and you have to log in. You have to register your account there. That app. Once you will sign in, right? Click on the next. Click on the next. Click on the done. Now you can see with the help of the new whatever the new user we have created, right? With that we are able to log into the Azure portal. Now here only we are going to create a Fabric capacity. So in a search bar, right? What we have to do? Search for the Fabric. Fabric. Search for the Microsoft Fabric. Click on the create. We are going to create a new Fabric. A resource group. We are going to create a resource group first. So I am going to give the resource group name as a Fabric new something. Click on the OK. And after that the capacity name we are going to give free trial something. You can see try again. Sign up for the Microsoft Fabric. You can see it is saying like sign up for the Microsoft Fabric. So we have opened this. Now what we are going to do? We are going to log in with this particular account. Use another account. Click on the sign in. You can see enter your work or school email address. So what we are going to do? We are going to give this particular email. Give the email. Click on the next. Click on the next. After that you have to create your account. So select the region, whatever the email you have selected, select the region, select the job title, business phone number you can give. Click on the get started. Click on the get started. Once you will do this, right, you can see one Fabric screen it is coming. Click on the cancel. You can see one tenant also is coming. Now go here. Now you can see region already selected. After that what we have to do in a size, right, you can see these are the different kind of the estimation for the cost which we are going to bear. We are going to go with the minimum one. Select that app to 1 Fabric trial 04. This is the name I am going to give. You can give any name. You have to select the subscription. You have to create a resource group. You have to give the capacity name. You can give any name. After that you have to register for the Fabric. So we have created a Fabric account, right? After that we have selected the size. This is the Fabric capacity administration, and click on the next. Click on the review and the create. You can see it is going to cost $292 per month, but we are going to use our in Azure we got a $200, right? So that we are going to use, and whenever it is required then only we will use, otherwise we will try to do a pause. So this is the important thing. Whenever you are doing practical then only use, otherwise you try to pause it, otherwise you are going to you have to pay for the $292 per month. So that is the thing you have to remember. Click on the create. You can see click on the go to resource. So this is the Fabric capacity we have created, and you can see we have one pause option. So whenever you are not using, try to click on the pause, otherwise you are going to charge. So that is the thing you have to remember. And the app to 1 we have created. Now go to the Fabric. This is the Fabric, right, we have created, and this is the account we have created. Now what actually we are going to do, if you click on the free trial, right, what actually it is going to do, it is going to give you the Power BI 60 days free trial. But for the Microsoft Fabric, right, at least your account should be 90 days older. So we don't have, right. If you click on the start fabric trial, if you click on the activate, it's going to give a error because we have recently created a user, that's why it is giving error. But what actually we have done, we are using a Azure portal, and in Azure portal we have created a fabric capacity. So what actually we are going to do, we are going to create a new workspace. Click on the new workspace, we give the workspace name. So I will give the workspace name as a fabric. You can give any name, and after that, in advanced option, right, in advanced option, you can see fabric capacity. So in a fabric capacity, if you will see, this is the one we have created, right, fabric trial 04, that actually we can use. And if you click on the apply, one workspace will be created, and there we can do all the practice. So that's how actually we can register it for. And whenever you are not using, right, so what actually you can do, you can come here and you can pause it. You can pause it. If you will pause it, you will not be charged. You can see status is paused. If you want to resume, you can resume from here. So I hope you got an idea like how to create a fabric capacity. In next video, we'll try to continue this. Hello everyone. So in this particular video, we are going to understand few of the terminology which is generally used in Microsoft Fabric, like a tenant, capacity, workspace, and item. These are the terminology which we are going to learn in this particular video. So let's start with the tenant. So what is a tenant? So whenever we create a Fabric account, right? Whenever we create a Fabric account, suppose I am using a manish dot on dot microsoft.com. With the help of this particular email, what actually I am doing a sign up, and I am creating a Fabric account. Now once you will create a Fabric account, right, one tenant will be created. One tenant will be created. Now this tenant will represent your whole organization Fabric account. This will represent your organization Fabric account. Now this is the top level. This is the top level of your Fabric. Now this top level of hierarchy, right, this will have all the access of all the users, all the data, all the resources. This all the resources means this top level of hierarchy is nothing but a, this we call it as a tenant in a Microsoft Fabric. This will represent the Microsoft Fabric. This will have all the access of your organization, like all user access, all the data access, all the resource. So what is the highest level of hierarchy in a Microsoft Fabric? That is a tenant. Let's understand in a high level. As we will do a more practical, right, we will get a better idea about this particular topic. Now let's understand about the capacity. Capacity in Microsoft Fabric means the computing power like CPU, memory, and the performance resources that is used to run the data tasks like pipeline, notebook, and the reports and the query. Now what is a capacity? It is nothing but it's kind of the computing power. Now suppose whenever you are creating any kind of the data pipeline, or you are creating any kind of the SQL query, or you are creating any kind of the PySpark code. Now if you had to run the SQL query, if you have to execute the PySpark code, right? What is required? You require a computing power, then only you will be able to execute the SQL code or the PySpark code. Now this computing is nothing but in a Microsoft Fabric we call it as a capacity. We call it as a capacity. Now we have a three types of the capacity. One is the trial, second is the paid, now the third one is the PPU, that is a Power BI premium per user. Now when we say trial, right, it will not guarantee you the dedicated computing power, but in the paid, right, you will be having a dedicated computing power, and with the help of that you can execute your SQL query, PySpark query, and all your tasks you can do. Now third one is the Power BI premium per user. It is specific to the small team. Suppose you are working in some analytics or the small team, then you can go ahead with the Power BI. But you are looking for the dedicated computation, then you go for the paid one. So I hope you got the idea what is capacity. It is nothing but it's kind of the computing power. Now the third thing is like you should understand workspace. So workspace is nothing but it is a collaborative container. You can understand it with the projects or the department. So generally what happens whenever we work in a company, right? The highest level of hierarchy is nothing but a tenant. This tenant will have all the access. Now because multiple teams are working and they are working on the different projects, so what we do, we try to create a different kind of the workspace for them. We try to create a different kind of the workspace for them. For example, suppose we have a marketing team, suppose we have a sales team, suppose we have a product data engineering team. So each team, they work on different projects. They work on different projects. So what actually we do, we try to create a different kind of the containers for them so that they can work. So this container is nothing but this we call it as a workspace in a Microsoft Fabric. Now to do the task, what is required? To do the task, we require a capacity. We require a capacity to execute the workload. To execute the workload. So you can understand here, right? The highest level of hierarchy is a tenant. Under this tenant, we create a workspace. Now to do the work, what is required? We require a computing power. So what actually we do? We try to attach a capacity so that they can execute the workload. Now the next thing you have to understand is like items. What is item? Now under this, right, suppose you are creating a notebook, suppose you are creating a SQL warehouse, suppose you are creating a data pipeline. These are the tools whatever you are using, right? This we call it as a items in a Microsoft Fabric. Now let's understand each thing one by one. So in a Microsoft Fabric, the highest level of hierarchy is nothing but a tenant. This will represent your whole organization Fabric account. This will have all the access to your all the users data and everything. This is the highest level of hierarchy. Under this hierarchy, we work on the different projects. So for that, what actually we do, we try to create a different kind of the container, and this container is nothing but a this we call it as a workspace. This we call it as a workspace. Now under this workspace, suppose suppose we have a marketing team, then it only need a SQL warehouse to do the analytics. We have a product data engineering team. They need a data pipeline. They need a PySpark code notebook. So these are the things is nothing but the this we call it as a items. So different items actually we assign under the workspace. Now to execute the code, what actually is required? We require a capacity, we require a dedicated compute power so that we can execute the data pipeline, notebook, SQL queries and all. So we assign a dedicated capacity to run the workload. So I hope you got the idea what is a tenant, what is a workspace, what is a capacity means, and what are the different items we have. As we go further, you will get a more idea about this tenant workspace items and all as we will do a practical. Hello everyone. Now let me give you the overview of the Microsoft Fabric screen. I hope you have already created a Microsoft Fabric account. If you haven't created a Microsoft Fabric account, even though if you'll go through this all the videos, you will get a complete idea. But I will recommend do try to create a Fabric account so that you can do a practice. So first thing is like if you will open the app.fabric.microsoft.com, right, you will see this particular screen. Once you will log into this screen, right, the main important thing is right side you can see this particular corner. From here you will be able to see all your Microsoft Fabric account, what is the trial period and everything you will see from here. Now in the left side is important one. You can see first is the home button, the second is the workspace. So in previous video we have also understand, right, what actually we do based on each project, based on each department, what actually we try to do, we try to create a different workspaces, and there only we try to assign a capacity and we try to create a Lakehouse, SQL warehouse, Databricks notebooks and all everything we do under the workspace only. So this also we will try to cover in the upcoming videos, but as of now in high level you can see this is the workspace screen where we try to create a different workspace based on the each projects. Now after that the main important thing is like OneLake. OneLake is important feature in a Microsoft Fabric. Here you will see all your data catalogs and all your data stuffs and all everything you will see in this particular OneLake. This also we will try to discuss in depth. After that the monitor window. For data engineering, monitoring is a very much important, like to monitor your notebook, to monitor your data pipeline. For everything one dedicated tab is there, monitor. From here you can monitor your all the pipelines, notebooks and everything. Now next thing is like real time. Nowadays real time analytics is a very much important, so that's why the Fabric has given the real time one tab itself, so that you from here only you can go for the real time data analytics option and you can create your data streamings and all. After that we have a workload is a important tab here. In this workload you will see what are the operation and what are the workloads actually you can perform. So the important one which I will show you from the Microsoft Fabric, you can see we have a data engineering. So data engineering is for the all the Spark loads. Then we have a data factory, then we have a data science, then we have a data warehouse, then we have a database workload, then we have for the Power BI and for the real-time intelligence. So these are the different workloads and that operation actually we can perform. Now after that you will see a My Workspace option, and below to that My Workspace option, right, you will see three button. If you click here, you will see create, browse and the deployment. Now for the previously for any deployment we were using a CI/CD DevOps. Now you don't need to go for the CI/CD DevOps. This particular deployment pipeline will help you for all the kinds of the deployment. So this is an important feature. This also we will understand in upcoming videos. So these are the main option which is available in the left side, right? These are the very much important and everything we are going to understand in depth. Now other thing which I want to show in the settings, right? In the settings, if you go to the admin portal, and from here you can monitor what are the capacity you have to execute the workloads and all. So to monitor that, you can come to the admin portal and you will be able to see all those details here. So these are the overview. Now in next video what actually we'll do, we'll try to create a workspace and we'll start exploring the things. Hello everyone. So in this particular video we are going to understand what is workspace and how to create a workspace in a Microsoft Fabric with practically we are going to see. So let's start. What is a workspace? A workspace in a Microsoft Fabric is a collaborative container where your team can store, manage and work together on all the different data and analytics assets like Lakehouse, data pipeline, notebook, warehouse, Power BI reports. Let's try to understand. So whenever we create a Fabric account, right, that we get a Fabric ID, what actually happens, tenants will be created. One tenant will be created. This tenant will have all the access. This tenant will have all the access. Under this tenant, what actually we do, based on each project we create a different kind of the container. We try to create a different kind of the container. So suppose I have a different team which is working on the different kind of the project. One is sales team, one is the marketing team, one is the product data engineering team. They are working on the different kind of the analytics and the project. So what I will do, I'll create a different kind of the container, and this container is nothing but this we call it as a workspace. Now under this workspace, what actually we can do, we can create a different kind of the items, like we can create a notebook, we can create a data pipeline, we can create a Power BI reports and all. Now to work on the specific task, right, we had to create this all the items. So for that we need a space, and that space is nothing but a, that we call it as a workspace. So I hope you got the idea what is a workspace. It's nothing but it is kind of the collaborative container where you can create a different kind of the items like the data pipeline, notebooks, warehouse and all, and you can manage that. Now let's see how to create a workspace in a Microsoft Fabric. I have opened the app.fabric.microsoft.com. Now you can see this particular screen. Here only we are going to create a workspace. Now to create a workspace we need a Fabric capacity, right? So in Azure we have created a Fabric capacity. So this Fabric capacity we are going to use to create a workspace. Now you can see as of now it is in pause state. First we will try to resume it. So I'll click on the resume, click on the yes. You can see the Fabric is started. Once the Fabric will start, right, that capacity we will use it to create a workspace. Now you can see it is in pause mode, means our Fabric capacity is running. Now I'll come to this Fabric, go to the workspace, click on the new workspace. Now after that we have to give the workspace name. So I will give the workspace name as a Fabric underscore dev. So after that we have to give the description. So I'll write it is for the development. You can give anything, all the description you have to pass, and after that domain. So suppose you have a multiple workspace, one is for the development, one is for the QA, one is for the prod. And if you want to group all the workspace together, so with the help of the domain, you can do it. Now after that, you can see to create a workspace, we need a capacity. So you can see we have a different license mode. One is for the pro, one is for the premium per user, one is for the trial, and one is the fabric capacity. As we are using a Azure, in Azure we have created a fabric capacity, we are going to use that. So you can see in a fabric capacity, this is the fabric trial 04, you can see this is the one we have created in a Azure, and that only we are going to use that. Now after that, I will click on the apply. Once you will click on the apply, right, you can see workspace is created. You can see this is the particular workspace we have created, the fabric dev. Now under this we can create a different kind of the items. So you can see we have a different item for the data pipeline, data flow, notebooks, Spark job definition, Snowflake, everything is available. All the data items you will be able to see from here. Now what actually we can do, if you want to manage a access, so in a workspace we can manage a access, right? If you want to add a new people, so if you click on the add people, and if you pass the email, right, you can able to add the people, and you will be able to provide access to them. So that kind of the manage access we can do it from this manage action option. Now after that we have a workspace settings. In this workspace setting, you can see your license info, this all the information you will be able to see. And suppose you can see in a license info it is showing, right, what is the current license we are using. We are using the app to Central India one, uh, that actually we have set up in Azure, right? So that information we can see here. Now after that, if you want to integrate the DevOps, that also you can do. And these are the different kind of the option, all the settings actually you can do it from the workspace setting, that also we will explore. But as of now, I hope you got the idea how to create a workspace. Yeah, that's it in this. Thanks. Hello everyone. So in this particular video, we are going to understand about the OneLake in a fabric. What is a OneLake, how it is different from a data lake, everything we are going to understand. So what is a OneLake? OneLake is built on top of data lake only. OneLake has built on top of a data lake only. So let's first understand what is a data lake, then we will come to the OneLake part later. So data lake is a place where we can store any kind of the data, whether it is a structured data, whether it is a unstructured data, whether it is a semi-structured data, means we can store any kind of the data into a data lake. Earlier, what was happening before to the data lake, for storing any kind of the data, for any kind of the transaction data, we were using a relational database. So here what actually we were doing, we were storing any kind of the transaction data. For taking example, if you take example of e-commerce, suppose I am going to the Amazon website, I am purchasing any kind of the product. After that, whatever the transaction I will do, right, I will try to store the data into a relational database. Means all the transaction related data I will try to store into the relational database management system. Later what happens, in Amazon we started getting more data. For taking example, reviews, if you take example of reviews, right, now customer can put any kind of the reviews. They can write in the simple text, they can put the emojis also, and they can paste the image also, and they can post the videos also in the review section. Now you can see the kind of the data we are getting. We are getting a unstructured data, because this audio file, video file, image file, these are nothing but a unstructured data. Right, the data varies, like you can also have a HTML file, you can have a XML file. These are nothing but a unstructured data. Now the kind of the data we have is like it varies. To store all the data into one single place, the data lake came into the picture. Now in a data lake, what actually we are saying, we can store any kind of the data, whether it is a structured data, unstructured data, semi-structured data, and most of the company now they are using a data lake concept. There they can store any kind of the data. For taking example, suppose they are getting any kind of the file, whether the CSV file, JSON file, any kind of the file, they can store into the data lake. They can store any kind of the data from a databases, like from MySQL, SQL, any kind of the relational database also. They can store any kind of the audio file, video file, any document they can store into the data lake. Whatever the social media feeds, any kind of the feeds we are getting, right, that we can store. Any kind of the IoT device, real-time data, right, we can directly store into the data lake. any kind of the data is coming from a different cloud, that also we can store into a data lake. Means data lake is a place where we can store all the kind of the data. So that is the concept of a data lake. Now most of the company we are using a data lake. Then what is the problem and why OneLake came into the picture, why Microsoft has introduced OneLake? Now if you will talk about the data lake, right, now what is the problem, right? Most whenever we work in a company generally you will see you will have a different department. For taking example, you will have a finance department, you will have a HR department, you will have a marketing department. Now every department has their own requirement and their own need. For taking example, finance team, they want to have a strict policy on the data. So what actually they do, they try to create their own data lake and they try to store the data with the access policy. Similarly for the marketing, they want to have their own data lake where they want to store the data in the form of the CSV and the JSON. Similarly for HR, they will also take the data from a different clouds and they will try to create a different data lake for the customer data. Means most of the time what happens in a company, different kind of the data lakes, multiple data lakes gets created based on the requirement and based on the needs. So that is the problem. So in this case, what generally happens, so as we create a multiple data lake, right, in that case what happens, data duplication happens between the lakes because we are creating a multiple data lakes, right? What is the single, there is no single source of truth because we are creating a multiple data lakes. There is no single source of truth. There is higher cost because we are creating a multiple data lake, so you have to manage those also, right? You have to set up the infrastructure, so this cost also involved here. Data silos, each team manage their own, because every team they are managing their own data lakes. Inconsistent access and the security policy. So these are the different kind of the issue generally happens in the case of the data lake. Now to overcome this all the challenges, Microsoft has introduced OneLake concept. Now let's try to understand what is a OneLake concept. So OneLake is a single unified logical data lake for your whole organization. OneLake comes automatically with every Fabric tenant and it is designed to be a single place for all your analytics data. What is a OneLake? So OneLake has concept for every organization. There will only be a one single source of truth, one single place where we will store all the kind of the data. So that actually we are calling as a OneLake. So OneLake is nothing but a, for every organization there will only be a one single data lake, one single source of truth. That is the concept of a OneLake, and OneLake has built on top of a data lake. So in a data lake we were storing any kind of the structure, semi-structure, unstructured data, right? The same concept in a OneLake also, we can store any kind of the structure, semi-structure, unstructured data, but the concept here is like we will only be having one single data lake, and that data lake they are calling as a OneLake, and here we can store all the kind of the organization analytics data into a one single place. Means there will not be a two data lake, three data lake, which we were seeing in the case of the ADLS, right, where based on their needs they were creating a multiple data lakes. In the case of the OneLake, you can't create a multiple OneLake or data lake. You will only be having a one single data lake. That is the concept of a OneLake. Now whenever you create a fabric, right, automatically OneLake will be there. Automatically OneLake will be there. Means you do not have to create a OneLake again. Whenever you are creating a fabric account, right, OneLake will already be there. Now you, in a OneLake, here you can store all the kinds of the data, whether it's a structured data, semi-structured data, unstructured data, any kind of the data you can store into the OneLake. Now every customer tenant has exactly one OneLake, which we have already discussed. There can never be more than one. Every fabric tenant automatically provision OneLake with no extra resources to set up manage. So whenever you create a fabric account, right, OneLake already be there. You do not have to provision or you do not have to do any kind of the setup. So that is the thing it is saying. OneLake is built on top of the Azure Data Lake Storage Gen2 only. So OneLake has built on top of the ADLS Gen2 only, and it can support any kind of the file, whether it is a structure, semi-structure, unstructured data. All fabric data items like data warehouse, Lakehouse store their data automatically in a OneLake in a Delta Parquet format. Now what happens? All the fabric data items, suppose you are creating a Lakehouse, suppose you are creating a data warehouse, all this data gets automatically stored in the OneLake. This all the data gets automatically stored into the OneLake in the form of the delta and the parquet. In the form of the delta parquet, that is the thing you have to remember. Now OneLake provides a single place for the collaboration of the multiple teams. Now in this case, you do not have to manage the multiple data lakes. You do not have to do any kind of the setups and all. All the data will reside into a one place, and from there only everyone will access it and they will work on it. Now suppose for taking example data factory, right? All the data pipeline operation. For the data, they will access the data from data lake. For the data engineering task, they will access the data from a data one lake. For data science people also they will access. For data warehousing, it will automatically store into the one lake. For real-time data ingestion, that will also happen on the one lake. For Power BI report, right, the source of truth from a one lake itself. So all the kind of the operation, there will only be a single source of truth for the data, that will be a one lake. So that is the concept of a one lake. I hope you got the idea. In next video we will try to understand more about this. Hello everyone. So in this particular video we are going to understand about the Lakehouse in a fabric. What is Lakehouse, how actually it works, everything we are going to understand in this particular video. So let's start. So Lakehouse is a concept of a modern data architecture. Lakehouse is a concept of a modern data architecture. It has derived from a two word. You can see one is lake and second is a house. So this lake has derived from a data lake. This lake word is coming from a data lake, and this house word is coming from a data warehouse. This house word is coming from a data warehouse. Now as we all know, in the case of data warehouse, what actually we do, we store only the structure clean data in the form of the table. In the case of the data warehouse, we store structured data in the form of the table, and on top of that, if you had to write any kind of the SQL query for analysis, we can do. Or suppose if you had to build any kind of the Power BI on top of the structured data, we can do that in the case of the data warehouse. Now coming to the data lake, what actually we do, we can store any kind of the data, and large amount of data we can store. For example, suppose you want to store image file, video file, music file, any kind of the file, CSV, JSON, any kind of the file we can store into a one single place. Whether it is a structure, unstructured, semi-structured, all the kind of the data we can store in the case of the data lake. Now we understand what is data lake and what is data warehouse. Now coming to the lake house. Lakehouse concept has come from a data lake plus data warehouse. Means Lakehouse, it is providing one single place, and that has a capability of both data lake plus data warehouse. Means whenever you will create a lake house, right, you will get a capability of both data lake as well as a data warehouse. It means you can store any kind of the data. You can store any kind of the data, whether image, video, all the kind of the unstructured, semi-structured, all the kind of the data here, as well as if you want to create a table, if you want to create a structured table, that also, like a data warehouse we create a table, right? Here also you will get a flexibility to store a structured data. A lake house, it has come concept of a data lake plus data warehouse. So I hope you got the idea what is lake house. A lake house is a place to store structured data such as a data warehouse, and unstructured data such as a data lake in a single location. What is a lake house? It is a place to store structured data and unstructured data in a one single place. Now whenever you will create a lake house, right, you will get to see two things. One is one section for the file and the second section for the table. Now in this file section, right, this will work like a data lake. This will work like a data lake, and here you can store any kind of the data, whether image, video, CSV, JSON, or any kind of the file you want to store, you can store into this particular section. Now on top of that, if you want to store only the structure clean data, you can create a table on top of that also. Like data warehouse, we create a table, right? Here also we can create a table, and we create a delta table. We create a delta table, that you have to remember. So I hope you got high level idea what is a lake house. A lake house is a place where in a single location you can store structured data as well as a unstructured data. In a simple word, if I'll say, lake house is like a database that not only you can create or store the table, but also you can store the file in it. It is a fabric atom that can store any kind of the file, whether it is a CSV, JSON, Parquet, any kind of the file we can store. It maintains structure table in a delta format. We can create a delta table. It support processing with the SQL and the PySpark. So whenever we create a lakehouse, right, you will also see the SQL endpoint through which you can directly query on top of the table also. And if you want to write any kind of PySpark code, that also you can do that. It enable direct visualization in a Power BI. As we will create a table, right, on top of that, if you have to directly connect with the Power BI, and if you have to do a visualization, that also is possible. So in high level, if you will say, it a folder in a OneLake where you can store and process raw file, and you can run a SQL query like a data warehouse all in one place. So this Lakehouse is nothing but it's a fabric item. Now in the case of the fabric, we know, right, if you had to store any kind of the data, automatically it gets stored into the OneLake. Automatically it gets stored into the OneLake. OneLake is the place where all your organization data will be available. Now whenever you will create a lake house, right, that will be created on top of the OneLake only. Means this is a fabric item, on top of the OneLake only it will be created. So if you will create a lake house, right, you will see two things. One section will be for the file, and one section will be for the table. Now in the case of the file, you can store any kind of CSV, JSON, image, video, all the kind of the file. Now on top of that, if you want to create any kind of the table, you can create a delta table. So this is the concept. In a diagram also you can see, right, this is the lakehouse screen. You can see in a lakehouse, if you are creating, right, you are seeing a two options. One is for the file, one is for the table. Now file, you can store any kind of the file like a data lake. You can store any kind of the file. Now on top of that, suppose if you have to clean the data and if you have to create any table, so what actually you can do, you can create a notebook, you can write a PySpark code, you can clean the data and you can create a table. That is a one way. Second way is like through a SQL also, if you can connect and if you can clean the data and you can create a table also. This kind of the flexibility we get. Now after creating a table, suppose you want to directly connect with the Power BI, you can do that. Now as we are saying, like whenever we create a table, that table is nothing but that is a delta table. So let's see what are the different ways through which we can create a delta table. So the first way is like through a notebook. So in a notebook, we can write any kind of the PySpark code, and with the help of that, we can create a delta table. So that is the first way of creating a delta table. The second way is like through a SQL endpoint. So whenever you will create a lake house, right, so you will see a SQL endpoint. With the help of that, you can write a SQL queries and we can create a delta table. So that is the second way. Now the third way is like how to create. The third way is like through a data flow. So data flow, in a data factory we understand, right, we can create a pipeline and we can create a delta table. So these are the couple of ways through which you can create a delta table. The advantage of delta table, right, it maintain the versioning. Means suppose if you are doing any changes in your table, suppose I am doing any kind of the insert, update, delete, so all the kind of the versioning actually it maintains. Now if you want to go into the previous version, you can easily go with the help of this versioning feature. Now in a fabric lakehouse, the delta table also support the schema evaluation means any kind of the schema, suppose new column is getting added or new column is getting deleted, so automatically the new column can be added or it can be deleted. So the schema evaluation also it supports. This kind of the few of the advantage we get in the delta table whatever we create in a lakehouse. Now let's understand what kind of the problem this lakehouse is solving. What is the need of lakehouse? Let's try to understand. So the first thing is like if you'll go only with a data lake, right? If you'll go only with a data lake. So in the case of the data lake, what actually happens? We store the data as a raw format. Now because of the lack of schema and the SQL support, easy SQL support, it's very difficult to do the analysis. To overcome this, what actually Lakehouse is solving, Lakehouse has come up with the delta table concept. So we can create a delta table on the top of the file, and if you want to write any kind of the SQL queries, if you want to do analysis, you can do that. So that is the first problem actually the Lakehouse is solving. The second problem is like if you will go individually only the data warehouse. So data warehouse is good for the structured data. If you have a structured data, then this data warehouse is good. You can write any kind of SQL query and you can do analysis. But suppose you have a semi-structured data, unstructured data, right? In that case, this data warehouse will not work good. So to overcome this, Lakehouse is coming a concept where you can store the unstructured data as well as the structured data in a one single place. So that is the second thing which is solving. The third thing is like in the case of the data warehouse and the data lake, right? Suppose you are individually creating a data lake and the data warehouse. Now from the reporting point of view, from the reporting power point of view, what actually we do, we try to clean the raw data and after that we store into the data warehouse and finally we connect with the Power BI. So in this case you can see, right, the data movement is required. We are copying a data from a data lake house and after that again we are storing into the data warehouse. Now on top of that we are connecting with the Power BI and we are doing the reporting. So data movement is happening. To overcome this, in the lake house, because everything is available in a one single place, you do not need to do a data movement. So that is the advantage we are getting in the case of the lake house. The next thing is like suppose you are creating a ADLS and suppose you are creating a for the data warehouse you are creating a synapse. In this case you also have to maintain both the thing, right? And maintenance is also a task. So to overcome this, what actually you have to do, only you create a lake house, everything you will get into one single place. So this all the advantage we are getting and all the kind of the problem lake house is solving. So I hope you got the idea. If you are not using a lake house, what kind of the problem actually we can get and what kind of the problem this lake house is solving. I hope you got the idea. In next video we'll try to do a practical and we'll try to understand more. Hello everyone. So in this particular video we are going to see how to create a Fabric Lakehouse. So I opened a app.fabric.microsoft.com. In previous video we have seen like how to create a workspace. So you can see we have created one workspace, right? This is the particular workspace. So we'll click on that particular workspace. Under this workspace only we are going to create a Lakehouse. So you can see new item. So Lakehouse is one of the item in a Fabric, right? So under the workspace we are going to create that. So click on the new item. Once you will click on the new item, right, you will see different kind of the options are available. You can see for the copy job we have, for the Dataflow Gen2 we have option, like that the multiple option you will see here. But what actually we are going to create, we are going to create a lake house. So you can see in a store data, right, you will see lake house option. Otherwise what you can do in a filter, right, in a filter also you can search for the lake house, you will get this particular one. So click on the lake house. Once you will click on the lake house, right, first thing is like you have to give the lake house name. Now after that we have to give the name. So what actually we are giving, I am giving the name as a bronze. You can give any name because as we are following the medallion architecture, right, the first layer is a bronze layer, so that's why I am giving the name as a bronze. After that this actually we do not have to click, this is for the schemas, and just click on the create. Once you will click on the create, right, one lake house will be created. So you can see, now you can see the lake house has been created and you can see this particular screen. This particular screen is for the lake house. Let me zoom. Now in the left side, right, in the left side you can see the lake house got created. We have given the name as a bronze, right? You can see the bronze, this particular lake house is created, and also we can see two options. So in previous video in the theory also we have understand whenever we create a lake house, what generally happens, two things gets created. One is file section, one is the table section. So in a file section all the kind of the unstructured data you can store. In the table, if you want to create any kind of the delta table, you can create into the table section. So as of now, if you'll click here, right, you will not see anything because as of now nothing is available. We have just created the lake house. But if you click on the three dot in the file section, so if you click on the three dot, you will see this all the option. So suppose if you want to upload any files, upload file, upload folder option is there. Suppose you want to know the properties, so if you click on the properties, what is the URL, what is the ABS path, from this particular path you will get it from here. And also you will see a refresh option. So suppose you have uploaded any file and if it is not showing, then what actually you can do, you can click on the refresh and then the file will come. So like that these are the options are available. Similarly in a table also you will see the similar option. So that is the first way. Now after that on the top, right, On the top you can see we have a one more refresh option. One more refresh option is there. So suppose you have uploaded the 4 to 5 files together and that file is not showing. So what actually you can do, instead of doing a refresh individually, what actually you can do a refresh together. So you can click here and that will be refresh. After that we have a settings option. So suppose this particular lake house you have created and this particular lake house, the name and all, if you want to change, so that actually we can do it from here. And also you can see the few options, SQL analytics and all also showing, but this we will discuss later. Next is the new semantic model. So if you know the Power BI, in a Power BI also we have a data models, right? What actually it happens, so how your fact table is connected with a different dimension table. So that data model is nothing but a new semantic model. So that kind of the data modeling options are also available. The next thing is the open notebook. Now in a open notebook, suppose you want to write any kind of the Python code and the query, for that you can create a notebook. So that is from here. After that we have option for the data lake access. So suppose if you want to give access, so this is mainly for the admin one. For admin, if they want to manage the access, they can manage it from here. So these are the options are available. Now what actually we are going to do, we are going to upload one file and we are going to see that. Now after that what we will do, we will try to upload a file. So for uploading a file, what you have to do, click on the file section, click on the triple dot, and after that go to the upload. You will see two options, upload files and upload folder. You can directly upload the folder also, but we are going to do a upload files. Click on that. After that you have to select the location, which particular file you want to upload. This is the file which I want to upload. Click on the open. Now click on the upload. Once you click on the upload, right, that particular file will be uploaded. After that you have to close it. So you can see it is very simple step, right? Now if you want to preview the data, sometime what happens that this data will not be shown. What you have to do, you have to click on the refresh and you have to double click on the file option. Once you will double click on the file option, right, you will see this particular file. Now if you want to preview this data, what you have to do, you have to click on this particular file. You can see when I clicked on this, I can see this particular file I am able to see. Now here we have a couple of options, like if you want to view in the file view, you can do that. If you want to view in the table view, that also option is available. So as of now you can see by default it considered as a C0 C1 all the column, but actual column is this retail, retailer ID, invoice ID and all, right? So how to make sure like this, the first header should be a my column name. So what actually you have to do, click on the view setting, click on the first row as header. If you will do that, right, you can see the first row whatever was there, now it's considered as a header. So like that actually we can upload a file. Now what actually we'll do, again we'll go to the file section. You can see this particular file. Now if you want to see the properties of this particular file, so if you click on the triple dot, right, now if you go to the properties, you will see you will get the URL, you will get the relative path, that actually you can use it in the PySpark notebook section. Now again if you click on the three dot, right, you will see couple of more option. One is a load to the table. So suppose based on this particular file, if you want to create a table, you can do that. That option we will explore, but we will explore in the next section how to create a table on top of the file also. That also we will see. If you want to rename, you can do the renaming. If you want to edit it, you can do that. And if you want to do a property, if you want to see a property, you can do that. Now like that we can upload. Now previously OneLake option was empty, right? Now if I'll go into the OneLake option, if I click on the OneLake, you can see I have a three option which is showing. The first one is like Lakehouse which we have created. This is a Lakehouse option. Now the second is like semantic model. So by default the semantic data model also gets created whenever you create the Lakehouse. So that option is also available. And if you want to preview, you can explore this data. If you want to preview data, you can do from here. Now third one is like SQL endpoints. So SQL endpoint, with the help of that, if you want to write any kind of the SQL query, that also we can do that. Even if you want to connect with the Power BI, that also we can do from the SQL endpoint. This option we will try to explore more in upcoming, but these are the three things which actually gets created whenever you create a data lake. So these are the thing we can see in all item, even in my item, right, also you will be able to see because I have only created this. Again you have to go back into the bronze Lakehouse, you can see bronze here it is coming. You have to click on that. You can see I am able to come here. So I hope you got the idea how to create a Lakehouse, how to upload a file, and in next video we'll try to explore more how to create a table on top of the file. This option we'll try to explore. Hello everyone. So in this particular video we are going to understand about the OneLake file explorer. So as of now, in previous video what we have done, we have created one lake house and we have uploaded a file. So that is a one way. The second way is like in a Windows also, right? In a Windows also, in the bottom you can see we have a file explorer. Now if I click on the file explorer, whatever the files are available in Windows, right, that I can explore. I can go there and I can upload any kind of the file. Similarly, we can also add here OneLake. Even in a Windows also, in a desktop also, we can add a OneLake and we can access all the files which is available in a Microsoft Fabric. So that is the option also available. So for that, what you have to do, you have to go into the Windows, you have to search for the OneLake Explorer, search for the OneLake Explorer, Microsoft OneLake File Explorer, click on that. For Windows, you had to download it. We had to download. You can see the download is started. You can see it is downloaded. What actually we will do, we'll double click this. We'll click on the install. After that, you have to log in. So we have logged in with this particular account, right? So that account you have to pass here. .onmicrosoft.com. Click on the next. After that, you have to pass the password. So let me give the password. Click on the sign in. Click on the yes all app. It is going to register with the device. Now you can see it is registered and I can see OneLake option is also available in a desktop, right? Now if I click on the this one, right, I can see the workspace. In a Fabric also we have created one workspace. If I'll show you. Now in a Microsoft Fabric also, if you'll see, right, if I'll come to this workspace, we have created a Fabric Dev workspace, and here also I can see Fabric Dev workspace. Under this Fabric Dev workspace we have created the bronze Lakehouse. So if I'll go to the Fabric Dev workspace, you can see we have also created the bronze Lakehouse, that also I can see here. Under this bronze Lakehouse, we have also uploaded the files. So if I'll go there, if I'll click on this bronze Lakehouse, you can see in the file section, right, we have uploaded this file. Means all the files we are able to access from the Windows itself. Means you do not have to come here and you do not have to see the file from a Windows Explorer itself. You can see all the file. Even though if you had to upload any kind of the file, right, in that case what actually you can do, I'll go here. Suppose I want to add one more file, this global superstore file. I'll copy this. I'll come to the OneLake. In the file option, I'll try to upload one more file. This is the file actually I am uploading. Now if I'll go to the Fabric workspace, what you have to do, it is not showing, right? Click on the refresh. You can see this file is coming here also. It means even though from here itself also you can upload the file, you can view the file, and also in a Fabric also you can come and you can upload the file, you will be able to see that. It's good, right? Now you do not have to come and you do not have to see the file from here. From Windows itself you can see all the files and you can explore that, and from there also you can upload the files. Even suppose let me delete these files. So if I click on the delete here, now if I come here and if I refresh it, you will see the file also is deleted. And from here also, if you are uploading any file, you will be able to see here also. Means all the file, all the lakehouse, everything you can see from the Windows itself. So I hope you got the idea about the OneLake File Explorer. Now if you want to uninstall, right, what actually you can do, go to the OneLake option, search for the OneLake, click on the uninstall, uninstall, that will be uninstalled. Now you can see that OneLake has gone. So I hope you got the idea about the OneLake File Explorer. Hello everyone. So in previous videos we have seen how to create a lake house and how to upload a file. Now in this video we are going to explore about the table option, how to create a table. So what I will do first, I will upload a file because I have deleted the file. So what actually you have to do in a file option, right? Click on the upload, click on the upload files, and if you have to upload any files, what you have to do, search for the files. I'm going to upload one files now. I'm going to upload this employee CSV file. Click on the open, and after that click on the upload. Once you click on the upload, right, you can see employee CSV file we have uploaded. If I'll double click, you will be able to preview the file. Now what actually we are going to do, we are going to create a table. How to create a table in employee CSV, right? You can see the three dot. Click on that. You will see one option, load to a tables. So if you want to load this into a table, what you have to do, click on the new table. Now after that you have to give the table name. So suppose let me give the name as a EMP, but you can give any of the table name which you want. Use header for a column names, and after that the comma separated. It will take the first row as a header, and this will be a comma separated. Click on the load. Now once you click on the load, right, what will happen? One table will be created. This is very cool feature, right? Even though you are not writing any kind of the code, what actually is going to happen, it's going to create one table for you. You can see this employee table got created. If I'll click here, and if I click on this route, right, I can see all the columns are available. Now if you want to view this table, if you will double click here, click on the table, click on the employee, click on the refresh. If you Now you can see I can view the table also. Now if you will see, if I'll come to this file option, if you come to the file section, you can see my file is available and also one table got created. Behind the scene, what actually happened, let's try to understand. So you can see in the file section, right, we have a employee1.csv. What actually it has done, it has taken this file, it has copied into this table section, and it has converted into a Parquet format, and it is created the delta table. Now how you will make sure this is a delta table, and in the Parquet format it has saved the file. If you click on this triple dot, right, click on the view files, you will be able to see the files. So you can see this is a Parquet file, and also we have a delta log. So whenever we create a delta table, right, what actually happened, two things will be created. One is for the Parquet file. So this is the Parquet file, this is your files. The second is a delta log. This actually got created for all the kind of the versioning, maintenance and all, for all the transaction logs and all. So you can see one delta table got created, and you can see the file also. So this is what happened behind the scene. Means even though you haven't written any code, everything has done automatically. Whatever the file is there, right, on top of that we have created a table. On top of that we can write any kind of the SQL query, and we can analyze it. One more thing I want to show you in the employee table, right, what kind of the table it is. So if you want to see that, click on this, click on the property. You can see this is a managed table. So there are two types of the table in a Spark. If you will see, one is a managed table, second is a unmanaged table. In the case of the managed table, right, what generally happens, if you will delete this particular table, right, if you delete this table, what will happen, your file also will be deleted. Your file will be also deleted. And the second table is unmanaged table. In the case of the unmanaged, what happens, even though if you will delete this table, right, your file will remain same. So that is a two type of table. As of now, it is created a managed table. So what happens, it has taken the files from here, it has copied into this section only, in table section only it has copied, and it has converted in the Parquet, and it has saved. Now if you delete this table, right, that particular files also will be deleted because it is a managed table. We'll see how to create unmanaged table also, but this is the two things you have to remember. So I hope you got the idea how to create a table in a Microsoft Fabric. Hello everyone. So in this particular video, we are going to discuss about shortcuts in a Microsoft Fabric. It is a very interesting feature which is available in a Microsoft Fabric, and that is going to make your life very easy. So let's try to understand what is a shortcut. A shortcut in a Microsoft Fabric is a virtual pointer that allows you to reference a data that is stored into a different location without copying or moving the data. So what is a shortcut? Shortcut is a one of the feature that will help you to access a data which is available into a different location. For taking example, suppose I am working in a company I have a two team. One team is using this particular workspace, and suppose I have another team that they are using this particular workspace. Now, whenever they are working into a different team, right, definitely they are going to work on the different kind of the files. They are going to create a different kind of the tables, right? Now, suppose this whatever they are using the files here in the workspace to whatever the files and the table they have created. Now, this workspace one team they want to access. Now, in previous case, what actually we were doing? In this case, we had to copy a data into a workspace one, right? Instead of doing that, what actually we can do? We can create a shortcut. Instead of moving and copying a data, what actually we can do? We can create a shortcut, and with the help of the shortcut, we can just point to these particular files and the table whatever is available into this workspace, and we can use into this workspace. So this is a very interesting and very cool feature which is available in a Microsoft Fabric. Instead of copying and moving the data from one location to another location, what actually we can do with the help of the shortcut, we can just point to that particular location and we can use that particular file. Let's try to take another example so that you will get a better idea. So suppose I have a two team. I'm working in a one company. Suppose I am working in a one company. In this company I have a two team. Suppose I have a one team that is a marketing team, and suppose I have another team that is a data engineering team, you can say data engineering team. Now, marketing team has all the customer engagement data. Suppose marketing team has all the customer engagement data. Engagement data. This particular data marketing team has. Now, as a product data engineering team, what actually they want to do? They have a product sales data. But they need a customer data also, so that they can do a complete analysis. With the customer. Now, in this case, instead of copying a data, right? Instead of copying the data which is available into a marketing workspace, what actually we can do? We can create a shortcuts. One shortcut. Now, this shortcut will help you whatever the file which is available here, right? With the help of that, we can access into a data engineering workspace itself. Means data engineering team, they don't need to copy a data again here. What actually they can do? They can just create a shortcut, and whatever the file is available here, right, they can access it. So that is a very cool feature. Instead of copying and moving, we can just create a shortcut and we can access the data which is available into a different workspace and the location. So I hope you got the idea what is a shortcut. Now let's understand why shortcuts are very useful. It avoid data duplication. Like, you do not have to copy a data again and again. Whenever you are copying a data again and again, right, data duplicacy happens, so it avoids the data duplicacy. That is the one advantage. Now the second thing is like it maintain a single source of truth. It helps us to maintain a single source of truth instead of creating a multiple tables, right? What actually we can have only one single source of truth and all the team they can use it. That is the another advantage. The third one is like enable collaboration across team. So we can give a share access, right? So it will help us to enable the collaboration across the team, and all the team they can use the single source of truth of the data and they can collaborate. So these are the advantage we have whenever we use shortcuts. Now there are two types of the shortcuts you have to understand. The first one is the internal shortcut, and the second one is the external external shortcut. Let's understand what is the internal shortcuts. So in an internal shortcut, what will happen? So within a OneLake, so whenever you will create a Fabric account, right, OneLake will be created. Now under this OneLake, we can have a multiple workspace, right? Multiple team they can work and they can store their data. Now within a OneLake, if you want to reference the data across a multiple workspace, then whatever the shortcut you will create, that we will call it as an internal shortcut. Now coming to the external shortcut, suppose your data is available outside of your OneLake. For example, suppose my data is available in a S3 location. Suppose my data is available in a GCP location. This is the outside of your OneLake, right? Now in this case, if you are creating any shortcut to reference the data, that we will call it as a external shortcut, that we will call it as a external shortcut, which is not available within OneLake. This is outside of your OneLake. So I hope you got the idea what is a shortcut in a Microsoft Fabric. In next video we'll try to do a practical and we'll try to understand more. Now let's do a shortcut practical. So what actually we are going to do, we are going to create a two workspace. We are going to create a two workspace. Under this two workspace, what actually we'll do, we'll create a two lakehouse. Two lakehouse. So I have created a workspace one already. I'm going to create another workspace, workspace 2. Under this workspace, we are going to create one more lakehouse, lakehouse. Now in this lakehouse, we have a files and the table, files and the table. Now what actually I want from this particular lakehouse, from this particular workspace, whatever the file is there, right? I want to access here. So that is the practical we are going to do. So let's do a practical and let's try to understand. So I have opened a fabric. So if you'll see, we have already created a fabric dev workspace. Under this fabric dev workspace, you will see a bronze lakehouse which we have created. This is a bronze lakehouse. Under this bronze lakehouse, you can see we have a files employee1.csv. Now what we are going to do, we are going to create another workspace. So how to create a workspace? Click on the new workspace. The workspace name I will give. I want to create a workspace name as a, let's give the name as a source workspace or something. Source workspace, a domain we will go as it is, and in advanced, right, capacity you had to select. So we are going ahead with the this particular capacity we have created. Click on the apply. This is going to create another workspace for me. So you can see this is the source workspace we have created. Under this source workspace, what actually we will do, we will try to create a lakehouse. So if I click on the workspace, right, now you can see fabric dev we have created previously. Now source workspace is there. Now under this source workspace, we are going to create an item. I'm going to create a lake house. So search for the lake house. This is the lake house. You had to give the lake house name. Here also I will give the name as a source LK. Source LK is nothing but the source lake house, we can say. Click on the create. This is the name I am giving. Now here we will try to upload a file. Now source LK, whatever the file we will upload, right, we will try to access it from a different workspace. Now you can see source lakehouse we have created. Now what actually I will do, under this file section, right, I am going to create a subfolder. For the shortcut, the folder is required. So I'll give the name as a employee. This is the folder name I want to create. Click on the create. This is the employee folder. Under this employee folder, what actually I want to do, I want to upload a file. I want to upload a file. Click on the get data, upload files. Select the file. Let's try to upload a couple of files. And I want to upload a employee department. These are the file I want to upload. Click on the upload. Click on the upload. Now if you'll see, couple of files we have uploaded. So we have created one folder employee and couple of files which is available here. If you want to see, if you click on this, you will be able to preview the data also. In our source lakehouse, we have a couple of file which is available. Now what actually I want from this fabric dev workspace, what actually I want to access a data which is available into another workspace. I want to create a shortcut. Now I want to create a shortcut. So click on this, click on the new shortcut. You can see internal shortcut within a Microsoft OneLake. If you want to access, if you want to reference the data, you can select the OneLake. External sources, Amazon S3 and all. So within a OneLake we want, right? So click on the Microsoft OneLake. Now you can see two lake house is there. So I'll click on the source lake house. Click on the next. Under the source lake house, right, in the file section, we have this particular employee folder. So I'll select that. Click on the next. Transform your data. We don't want to transform, so click on the skip. Click on the create. Now what will happen? One shortcut will be created. One shortcut will be created. Now you can see one shortcut has been created. You can see this particular icon, right? This particular icon, this is for the shortcut. Now even though your data is available in a different workspace, right, from here also you can access that. We can see the same kind of the data. Now we have created one shortcut for the file which is available into a another workspace. So in another workspace we have a couple of file, right? So that for that file, what actually we have done, we have created a shortcut and we are able to reference the data. So like that we can create a shortcut for the files. Now what we'll do for the table also, we'll try to do it. Now suppose in this workspace, so as of now we are in a Fabric Dev workspace, we have a employee table, right? But if I'll go into the another workspace, we don't have any kind of the table available. Now what actually I want to do, I want to access a table which is available in another workspace. So I will come here into the table, click on the three dot, click on the new shortcut, Microsoft OneLake. In a bronze lake house, we have one of the table. We have one of the table. I want to access that. Click on this, click on the next, click on the create. Now in this case, what will happen? In a table, one shortcut will be created. Click on the refresh first. You can see in a table shortcuts got created. So you can see symbol, right? Shortcut. So this is referring a table which is available into another workspace. So like that we can reference a data which is available into a multiple workspace, and we can use the data. So I hope you got the idea how to create a shortcut for the files and the table, and how we can reference a data which is available into a multiple workspace, and how actually we can collaborate. So this is a very useful feature. Please try to do a practice. Hello everyone. So in this particular video we are going to do a practical for the external shortcuts. So in previous video we have seen like how to create a shortcut and how to access a data which is available into a multiple workspace. Now let's take the same example. So suppose I have a two team. One is a marketing team. So for marketing team I have created one workspace. This is a marketing workspace. Now suppose I have another team, that is a product data engineering team. For that also I have created another workspace. Now whatever the marketing team has the data, right, in a lake house, whatever the data is available, suppose we have a multiple file, all the customer related files are available. Now so this all the file I want to access in the product data engineering lakehouse also. This all the things actually I want to access from the product data engineering workspace also. So what actually I have done, I have created a shortcut, and with the help of the shortcut I was able to access this file. With the help of the shortcut I was able to access the file from a product data engineering workspace also. Instead of moving the data, what actually we are doing, we are just creating a shortcut. With the help of the shortcut, whatever the data is available in a marketing workspace, right, we are able to access from a product data engineering workspace also. Now this whatever the shortcut we have created, right, this is an internal shortcut. This is an internal shortcut. Now why it is an internal shortcut? Because in a Microsoft Fabric, right, whatever the lakehouse you are creating, whatever the file you are uploading, this all the files are residing in the OneLake only. This all the files are available in a OneLake only. Now coming to the external shortcuts. Now suppose you have a scenario where your data is available is another data lake. Suppose your data is available in a S3 data lake, or suppose your data is available in a Azure data lake storage account. Now in this case your data is not available in a OneLake. Your data is available outside of this OneLake. I mean S3 data lake or ADLS data lake. Here your data is available. Now this data you want to access from this particular workspace. Now in this case what actually we'll do, instead of copying, what actually we can do, we can create a external shortcut. We can create a external shortcut. External shortcut. With the help of the external shortcut, the data will reside here only. We will just try to take a reference, and whatever the analysis we had to do, we can do that. So that is a external shortcut. Here your data will not reside in the OneLake. It will be outside of the OneLake, and from there we will try to get the access. So let's try to do a practical. So what actually I will do, I will create one ADLS account. I will create one ADLS account, and from there I will upload a few files, and what I will do, I'll try to access those files from our Fabric account. Let's try to do a practical. So I have opened this particular Fabric account. Now we have created a couple of workspace, right? One is the Fabric Dev. If I'll show you Fabric Dev workspace, so this is the bronze lakehouse we have created. Now what actually I want to do, I want to create one external shortcut from my ADLS. Whatever the file is available, I want to access from here. So what I will do, first I will go to the portal.azure.com. This is the portal.azure.com. I am going to create a ADLS account. So let me create a ADLS storage account. Search for the storage account. Click on the create. After that you have to select the subscription. So this is the subscription. Now I'm going to create a new resource group. I will just say ADLS something. This is the resource group I am creating. Now after that I have to give the storage account. So I will give the name as a Azure. Let me give in a small letter Azure Data Lake 04 something. This is the storage account I have given. After that you have to select the region. So let me select the region. After that you have to select the performance. So I will go with the recommended one only. Now after that the redundancy will go with the local redundant storage only. After doing this, what you have to do, click on the next. The main important thing is like you have to select the enable hierarchical namespace. With the help of that, data lake will be created. If you will not select, only the blob storage will create. If you select that, data lake account will be created. Click on the next, next, next. Click on the review and the create. Click on the create. You can see deployment is complete. Click on the go to resource. So you can see this is the data lake storage account we have created. Now go to the data storage option. Click on the container. We are going to create one container. Click on the add container. I am going to create one new container. I will give the name as a employee. I'll give the name as a employee. Click on the create. It's going to create a employee container. This is the employee container. Here I am going to upload a file. Click on the upload. On the browse file, we are going to upload the employee1 file, or let's try to upload the department1 file. Click on the upload. You can see this is the particular file we have uploaded. Now what actually I want, so we have created a data lake storage. We have created a one container. Under this container, what we have this particular file. Now what actually we want, this particular in data lake, whatever the file is available, right, in an employee, we want to access from a fabric. Now in this case, if you want to access the file from a fabric, right, you should provide a permission, because in Azure Data Lake, whatever the file is available, that is a restricted, right, you can't access outside. If you want to access outside, you have to first give the access. So what you have to do, you have to go into the IAM. You can see access control here, right? Select that. Now if you'll see, for the fabric we have a contributor role, right? So what actually we are going to do, we are going to create a one role for the blob storage so that we can access from a fabric. So click on the add role assignment. I'll search for the storage blob data contributor, storage blob data contributor, this one. So I'll select this. After that, go to the member. So you have to add the member. So we want to access from a fabric, right? So we have to select the fabric account. So this particular account, right, is already showing. So select that. Here I want access. Select that. Once you will select that, right, go to the condition, go to the review and assign. Click on the review and assign. So we have given a permission so that we can access the ADLS account from a fabric account. So you can see it got added. Storage blob data contributor, this one is added. Now if you'll go to the container, right, now this container we want to access from the fabric. So we'll go to the fabric. What actually we'll do, we'll create a shortcut. So come to the file, click on the new shortcut. We want to access Azure Data Lake Gen2, right? So we'll select that. If it is Amazon S3, then you have to select the S3. Select that. After that, we have to, if any existing connection is there, then you can select. If you want to create a new connection, then click on the new connection. Now after that, we have to pass the connection strings. How you will get a connection string? Go to the Azure Data Lake, go to the settings. In a setting, you will see endpoint. Click on the endpoints. What we have to select, you can see data lake storage, right? So select this, copy this, come to the fabric, give the URL. Once you will give the URL, right, you can give the connection name. I'll give the connection name as a Azure Data Lake something, Azure Data Lake something. You can give any name and click on the next. And after that, you can see select a bucket or directory. So this is the employee container, right? This actually we want. Click on the next. Transform your data, skip. click on the create. Now it's going to create an external shortcut. You can see one employee shortcuts got created. You can see this is the employee shortcut, right? Previously also we have created the same kind of the name, that's why employee and employee one is coming. Now if I'll click here, this employee one is the new one, this shortcut we have created. So you can see department1.csv. Now if I'll come here, if I'll go to my container in an employee, right, we have a department CSV file. You can see department1.csv, and from here also I am able to access. So like that actually we can create a external shortcut. So now your data is available in a Azure Data Lake storage account only. It's not available in a OneLake, but from a Fabric itself we are able to access the data which is available in a Azure Data Lake. So suppose your data is available in a S3, AWS S3. So what actually you can do, instead of copying into here, right, OneLake, what actually you can do, your data is there but you can access from here, and from here only if you want to do any kind of the analysis you can perform that. So it's very cool feature. With the help of the external shortcut, you don't need to copy your data from one data lake to another data lake. You can just reference the data and you can do all the kind of the analysis which you want. So I hope you got the idea how to create a external shortcuts. Once you do a practical, right, make sure you try to pause the Fabric and make sure whatever the data lake you are creating, you just delete it so that you will not be charged. So that is the best way to do the practice. If you are creating any kind of the services in a Azure or Fabric, make sure after doing the practice, pause it or the delete it. Hello everyone. So in this particular video we are going to understand one important concept, that is a cache in a shortcut. So in previous video we have understand, right? Suppose you have a data that is not available in a OneLake. Suppose you have a data that is not available in a OneLake, that is available outside of your OneLake. For example, suppose my data is available in a S3 location, or suppose my data is available in a Azure Data Lake storage account. Now this is not available in a OneLake, but you want to access those data from your workspace. You want to access those data from your workspace. So in this case what actually we were doing, we were creating a external shortcut. With the help of the external shortcut, we were able to refer the data which is available outside of the OneLake. So this actually we have already seen in the last video, right? Now one thing you have to understand, this particular S3 and Azure Data Lake storage, right? This can be available in the any region. This can be available in a different region also. And whenever you are hitting this S3 ADLS to read the data from this particular workspace, there will always be a cost involved. And suppose you are reading this data frequently, in this case you will also see the performance issue. Performance performance issue because this data is not available in a OneLake. This is available outside of the OneLake, and suppose this is a very large data. So whenever you will hit this data to do any kind of the analysis, definitely there will be a cost involved, and also you will see a performance issue. Now to overcome this, Fabric has a one cache concept. What actually this cache is saying, whenever you create a shortcut in a Fabric to access a data outside of the OneLake, for example ADLS, Fabric offer one option that is called enable caching. Caching in shortcut create a temporary copy of the source data within a OneLake to improve the performance for read heavy operation like data exploration, queries and reporting. What is a caching? So Microsoft Fabric provides enable caching one feature, you can say. So we have one feature, enable caching. Whenever you will enable the caching, right, what will happen, whatever the data is available here, right, outside of your Azure Data Lake storage, it will create one temporary copy. It will create a temporary copy of that in a OneLake itself. It will create one temporary copy of that in a OneLake itself. Now in this case, first time you will hit the ADLS, you will hit the outside of this. Once you will hit the one temporary copy will be created, one temporary data of the copy will be created. Now next time whenever you want to do any query, right, you do not have to again hit the outside of the OneLake. You can directly get those data from this particular cache itself, from this temporary copy itself. This will improve the performance. This will improve the performance, and also it will save the cost. It will also save the cost. So this is a very important feature. Whenever you are accessing a data which is outside of your OneLake, in that case what actually you can do, you can create a enable caching that will create one temporary copy of your data, and from that data you can access that, and you can do all the kind of the queries and analysis. So I hope you got the idea about what is a caching. Let me show you in a Fabric how actually you can enable the caching. So I open my Fabric account. In previous video we have seen like we have created a shortcut. So you can see the employee one is the shortcut that is referring a data from a outside of a OneLake. The data is available in a Azure Data Lake storage. Now if you want to enable a caching, what you have to do, you have to simply go to the workspace. This is the workspace, right? You have to go into the workspace setting. You have to go into the OneLake, and you can see we have option enable cache for the shortcut. You just have to enable it. Now there is a concept for the retention period. So from here you can select the maximum time that data from a shortcut can be retained in cache within a workspace. So suppose you want to retain a data for 28 days, because that is the maximum days it allows. For the 28 days you can retain a data in a cache itself. So that is a very cool feature. For the 28 days you do not have to hit outside of the OneLake. You can directly access the data from a cache itself. I hope you got the idea. It is very easy, but it is a very important feature which you should aware. That's it in this video. Thanks for watching. Hello everyone. So in this particular video, we are going to understand one important feature in a Microsoft Fabric, that is a SQL endpoints. SQL endpoints is a very cool feature. With the help of the SQL endpoint, we will be able to query on top of the delta table. So till now what we have done, we have created a lakehouse. We have created a tables on the lakehouse also. Now suppose we have a few of the consumer, we have a couple of the consumer, and what actually they want to analyze this data. They want to analyze this data. So how actually they can analyze this data? With the help of the SQL endpoint. With the help of the SQL endpoint, what actually they can do, they can write any kind of the SQL query. They can write any kind of the SQL query, and they can analyze the data whatever is available in a lake house. So it's very cool feature. Previously SQL endpoint we were only using it for the for connecting the Power BI, or if you had to connect with the SSMS, for that we were using. But now SQL endpoint we can also use it for the querying a table, and do the analysis. I hope you got the idea. So what is SQL endpoint? A SQL endpoint in a lakehouse is a feature in a Microsoft Fabric that allows user to query lakehouse data using T-SQL, just like querying a traditional relation database. Just like a relational database, we write a query and we analyze the data, right? With the help of the SQL endpoint also we can do that. So let's see in Microsoft Fabric how actually we can query a data. So I open a Microsoft Fabric. Now we will go to the workspace. This is the Fabric Dev workspace. We will go to the our lakehouse which we have created. Now I will show you. In a lakehouse you can see we have one of the table, that is the employee table. This is the employee table. Now if you want to analyze this, so for that what you have to do, you have to open a SQL endpoint. How actually you can open this? If you are here, right side you can see you have one option Lakehouse, and second is the SQL Analytics endpoint. If you click on the SQL Analytics endpoint, right, you can see one SQL query engine, like how actually we were doing in Azure SQL, right? It got opened. Now if you want to write any kind of SQL query, click on the new SQL query, and the left side you can see bronze is the data lakehouse which we have created, and DBO is the by default schema which got created. In the table, right, we can see employee table. Now if you want to write any kind of the query on top of this, you can write. So if I write select star from, the name is EMP. Let me run this. You can see I am able to run the SQL query and I am able to analyze. Now suppose you want to analyze the data like based on each location, what is the total salary of employee. So how actually you can write a query? So if I write select sum of salary, sum of salary, sum of salary based on the address from employee table, and what I will write, group by address. If I write this query, let me zoom, and if I'll execute, you can see based on the each location, like India, what is the total salary, this much. For USA, this is the total salary. So like that we can analyze the data with the help of this. Now suppose that this SQL endpoint you want to share with some other people, so how actually you can do that? One easy way I will show you. Go to the workspace, go to the fabric dev, you will see this option, right? SQL endpoint, click on this, and here you will see a one detail, copy SQL connection string. If you copy this and you can share with others, so this will help them to connect with the Power BI and to create a reports. So I hope you got the idea about the SQL endpoint. Yeah, that's it in this video. Thanks. Hello everyone. Now we are starting a new topic, that is a data factory in a Microsoft Fabric. If you are from Azure background, you might be already aware about one topic, that is a Azure Data Factory. Azure Data Factory. It is a one of the famous service which is available in Azure to do all the kind of the ETL as well as a ELT operation. It is a widely used in industry for all the kind of the ETL as well as the ELT operation. Now in a Fabric also we have a data factory concept. So everything we are going to understand about the data factory in a Microsoft Fabric. So let's start. Let's first understand what is a Fabric data factory. Fabric Data Factory is a Microsoft next generation data orchestration service inside the Microsoft Fabric ecosystem only. It lets you create a data pipeline to ingest the data, to transform a data, to load the data across multiple sources without needing a external tools. What is a Fabric Data Factory? It is a Microsoft next generation data orchestration service which will help you to do a ETL as well as a ELT operation. Let's first understand what is a ETL and ELT so that we will get a better idea. When we say ETL, right? When we say ETL, that means E means extract, T means transform, and L means load the data. L means load the data. Now, whenever we work in a company, we generally see our data available in a multiple places. Means we get a data from a different sources. For taking example, suppose we have a few data that is coming from a API. Now, suppose we have a few of the data that is coming into a SQL DB. For taking example, all the transaction related data, all the transaction data. Now suppose we have a few of the data that is coming from a external sources as a CSV and a JSON file. For taking example, suppose SFTP folder where you are getting few of the data. Now for taking example, suppose we have a few other data that is coming from other sources. Now our data is available in a multiple places, means multiple sources we are getting a data. Now to do the analysis, what actually it's required, we had to get the data into a one single place. We had to get the data into a single place. So what actually we do, we try to extract this data. So E means, in a ETL, E means extract the data. E means extract the data. We had to extract the data which is available into a multiple places. Now whenever we extract the data, right, most of the time all the data is not clean, means this data can be a messy data, means we had to do kind of the transformation, as well as few of the business use case where we need only the specific and the clean data. So in this case what actually we do, we try to transform our data. After extracting the data, what actually we do, we transform our data. For taking example, suppose you have to clean the data, you have to remove all the null, you have to remove a duplicate value. Suppose in few places you have to filter a data, suppose you have to perform a join the data, means all the kind of the transformation actually we do in a second layer. And after that what actually we do, we finally try to load the data into a final destination. Load the data. Now our data is available in a one single place. After that what actually we can do, from here we can connect with the Power BI and we can do all the kind of the reporting, or suppose if you have to do any kind of the analysis, from here also you can do that. So this kind of the operation generally we do in a industry, and for that what actually we do, we use a ETL operation. So this is a ETL. Now coming to the ELT. What is a ELT means? E for extract, L for load, and T for transform. Now let's try to understand the use case. Now in the case of the ETL, what was happening? If you know what is the data you had to extract, what kind of the transformation you had to do based on the business need, and what kind of the data you want to store in finally, then the ETL is good. But as big data has evolved, right, most of the time we are not sure what kind of the transformation we had to do. So in this case, what we do, we perform a ELT operation. What actually we do, first we try to load the data from a multiple sources into a one single place. First we try to load the data into a one single place, and after that, based on the business need, we try to perform a transformation. First we try to get the data into one single place. After that, based on the business need, we try to perform a transformation. For that we write a PySpark code, or we can write any kind of the SQL code, and finally we try to clean the data, and we share with the Power BI team for the reporting. So these are the two use cases, and these two use cases very much important. ETL and ELT is the operation most of the time we do in a data engineering field. Now in the Azure field, if you had to do this operation, right, without writing a code, we have a Azure Data Factory concept. We have a data factory concept. So data factory helps you to do this operation very smoothly, very easily. You do not have to write any kind of the code also. Means you have to write very minimum code, very low code, or no code itself. Very low code or no code in a visual itself, you can perform this all the operation. That's why it is a very famous. Now in a Fabric Data Factory, you can perform this ETL and ELT operation. Is a fully integrated with all the storage, Lakehouse, data warehouse, Power BI in a one single place itself. Now coming to the comparison between the Azure Data Factory and the Fabric Data Factory, whether these all both are same or not. So the answer is no, it's not completely same, because in a Fabric Data Factory UI has changed. UI has changed, as well as you will get a few more feature compared to the Azure Data Factory. Like you will see a notebook to write a PySpark code, as well as the SQL script. Like the few more activities are available which is not available in Azure Data Factory. As UI has changed, so what actually we will do, everything we will try to learn all the activity from scratch. Everything we will try to cover in this particular series. Now let's try to discuss about the few of the components parts. So in a Fabric Data Factory, we can create a pipeline in a visual way. Means you do not have to write a codes and all. In a visual way only, all the kind of the workflow and pipeline we can create. We have a different activities available, like if you have to copy, we have a copy activity. If you have to perform delete operation, then we have a delete activity. Like multiple activities are already aware, that makes our life very easy. Dataflow Gen2. Dataflow Gen2 will help you to perform a transformation. Like we have a multiple transformation tools available in a Dataflow Gen2. With the help of that, we can perform a transformation. We have a trigger. Now suppose you have created this pipeline. This pipeline you want to run it daily. So we have a scheduling, we have a trigger tool. With the help of that, we can trigger it. Next is the monitoring. If you want to monitor whether your pipeline is running success or fail, we have a monitoring option. Now the next thing is the integration. It is deeply integrated with a OneLake, so it makes our life very easy. Now Fabric supports ETL and the ELT operation. So suppose you had to do a ETL operation. For taking example, my data is available in a blob storage. What actually I want to do? I want to get the data from a blob storage to a lakehouse. And for that I have to perform few of the transformation, like cleaning a data. I had to remove the null values. In this case, what I will do, I will use a data factory. I will extract the data from a blob storage. For the cleaning, I will use a Dataflow Gen2, and finally I will load the data into a lakehouse. Means I can use a ETL operation here in a Fabric Data Factory. Now suppose you have to perform a ELT operation. Now suppose I have to copy a data from a different resources into a one single place, that is a lakehouse. In this case, what I will do, I'll just first copy a data from a different resources into a lakehouse, and after that I will create one notebook to write all the kind of the PySpark code, and finally I will load the data into a table, so that Power BI people will connect and they will create a report. Means I can perform ETL and the ELT operation. I hope you got the idea about the data factory. In next video, we'll try to do a practical and we'll try to understand more. Hello everyone. Now let's see how to create a data factory in a Microsoft Fabric. So I open a app.fabric.microsoft.com. Once you will log in, you will see this particular screen. After that, what you had to do, you had to go into the workspace. You had to create one workspace. If you have already created a workspace, you can use that. But I am going to create a new workspace. Click on the new workspace. I am going to create a workspace data factory. Just I wanted to show you how to create a workspace again. You have to give the name data factory, or you can give any name. After that, what you have to do, go into the advanced section. You have to select the license. So we are going to use a fabric capacity, right? So you have to select that fabric capacity is showing here. Click on the apply. After that, one workspace will be created. If you go into the workspace, right, you can see data factory. This is the workspace got created. If you already have any workspace created, you can use that also, but I have created a new workspace. After creating a workspace, you have to click on that. Now after that, what we are going to do, we are going to create a new item. So you have to select here, click on the new item. Now from here, we have to create a data factory. So if you will search for the data factory, if you search for the data factory, you will not be able to find the data factory here. You will not be able to find the data factory here, because in a fabric, if you had to create a data factory, then you had to use a data pipeline. In a Microsoft Fabric, data factory has renamed as a data pipeline. So we had to create that. So you had to select the data pipeline here and you had to click on this. Once you will click on the data pipeline, right? You have to give the pipeline name. I will give the pipeline name as a pipeline 1. Click on the create. It's going to create a fabric data factory. So you have to remember, in a fabric data factory, we call it as a data pipeline only. After that, you will see this particular screen. Here only you can create all the kind of the activity, pipeline activity and all. So you can see two things it is showing. One is start with a blank canvas, and the second is like start with the guidance. So it will also provide you some assistant to create a data pipeline, and it will also show you few of the templates to refer. But we are going to learn from scratch, right? So what actually we'll do, we are going to use a start with a blank canvas. So click on this. Once you will click on this, you will see all the kind of the activity here. You can see, but as of now, we will just select the copy data. Once you will select the copy data, right? Now after that, what we'll do, we'll just remove this, we'll just delete it. We want to explore the overview of data factory. Now you can see this is the data factory option in a fabric. You can see this is completely different from Azure Data Factory, right? The UI has completely changed. Now let's try to explore one by one. So you can see the first option is like save. If you want to save your pipeline, whatever the activity you are doing, you can save from here. The second option is same, save as. After that, export and the import. Suppose you have created any pipeline, and if you want to import that and export that, you can do it from here. After that, use a template. So there are certain template, if you want to use that, you can use from here. We have a setting option, we have a discard option. It's like a undo. After that, validate. It's important, because if you are creating any pipeline, if you before publishing, you can validate from here. You can run the pipeline, you can schedule a pipeline, you can trigger a pipeline, you can view the run history, and also we have a multiple option for the data activity. You can see copy data, data flow, notebook, lookup and all. So this is the home screen. The second is the activity. In the activity tab, you will see all the kind of the activity, like we have a copy data, data flow, notebook, get metadata. These all the kinds of activities are available. Now if you want to see the complete list, right, what you have to do, if you select here, right, you will see all the kind of the activities available. So you can see move and transform. In a data factory also we have a copy data, data flow, right? Here also we can see. So if you have to move and transform, right, we can use a copy data, data flow and delete. Similarly, we have another thing for the metadata and the validation, right? We can use a lookup and get metadata. For the control flow, like if condition, switch, filter and all, we have a certain tab which is available under the control flow. See, these are the another activity which is available. For orchestrate, we have a this kind of the activity like invoke pipeline, web activity, web functions and all we can write from here. Similarly, we have option for the notification. Suppose you want to get a notification for your pipeline in a Teams and the Office 365. From here you can set up that. Now another option for the transform. Suppose you want to write a PySpark code, you want to create a notebook, if you want to write a script. So for that also we have option. So these are the all the activity which is available in a data factory. Everything we'll try to explore it. From here you can select that. Now first is the home option, second is the activity, third is the run. If you click on the run, from here you can run your pipeline, you can schedule it, you can trigger it. So these are the options available in a run tab. The fourth is the view. In a view, whatever the data pipeline you are creating, right, in a view, backend it creates a JSON. It in backend it creates a JSON code. So if you are familiar with the JSON code, you can edit from here. Otherwise, you can skip this particular view. So if you want to view the JSON code which has been built whenever you are creating a pipeline, you can see from here. Or if you want to edit, you can edit also from here. But mostly we are going to use this home activity runs and all. But just wanted to show you this is also option available. Bottom you can see we can create a parameter, we can create a variable, we have option for the setting, output, similar to the data factory, right? So these are the option available. Means the activity wise, most of the activity you will find similar, only the UI has changed. We'll try to explore one by one, but I hope you got the idea how to create a data factory. In next video we'll try to start the activity. Hello everyone, now let's start our practical part and let's see about copy data activity in Microsoft Fabric Data Factory. Copy data activity is one of the most commonly used and essential activity. It enables you to ingest and move a data from source to a destination. Let's take one example. Suppose I have a data, that data is available in a Azure SQL. Suppose my data is available in a Azure SQL and my requirement is like I want to copy this data. I want to copy this data into a Lakehouse. In a Lakehouse, I want to copy this data. In this case, what I will do, I'll simply use a copy data activity. I will simply use a copy data activity. What this copy data activity will do, it will take the data from this source and it will copy into a Lakehouse. You just have to provide the connection details. So this is very simple. You do not have to write any kind of a code also. This copy data will move a data from a source like SQL, CSV, API, etc. Means your source can be anything, right? Your data can be anywhere. So what this copy data will help you? It will read the data from source and wherever you want to copy this data in destination like Lakehouse, OneLake, warehouse, right? You can copy that. So let's see with practically how actually we can do. So let's do a practical. So in this practical, what actually we are going to do? We are going to copy a data from one lake house to another lake house. Suppose in a Microsoft Fabric, I have a one lake house. This is a lake house. In this lake house, I have a CSV data. What actually I will do? In a different workspace, in a different lake house, I'll just copy a data in a Parquet format. I'll read the data from this lake house, this CSV file, and what I will do in another lake house, I will convert into a Parquet format and I will save it. So for that, what I will use a copy data. Let's see how to do this. Now I open a Fabric. Now in last video we have created one workspace. I'll show you. This is the data factory workspace. Now what actually we are going to do? Let's first create one lake house, and in that lake house we will try to copy a data. First let's create our destination. So how to create a lake house? Click on the new item. We want to create a lake house, so you have to search for the lake house. This is the lake house. We are going to create a lake house. We will give the name as a destination. Let's give the name as a destination. This is the destination lake house. Here only we want to copy. Click on the create. Once you will click on the create, right, it is going to create one lake house. So in a data factory we have created one lake house and that name is destination. The name is destination and you can see these files and the tables. As of now, no file and no table is available. Now if you want to upload any kind of the file, what you have to do, click here, click on the upload file, the file will be uploaded. But what actually we want, we have created this data factory workspace. In this data factory workspace we have created one lake house also. Now I have another workspace. So what actually you can do, you can also create one new workspace. That workspace name is source workspace. In this source workspace I have created one source lake house. Now in a source lakehouse, I have uploaded couple of files. So click on the file, click on the upload, and you will be able to upload the file. Now you can see I have a couple of files, CSV employee and the employee 2. Now what actually I want to do, whatever the file is there, I want to read this file and I want to copy into this data factory lakehouse as a Parquet format with the help of the data factory pipeline. So this is the practical we are going to do. So what actually I will do, in a data factory, click on the pipeline. We have already created a pipeline, right? Click on the pipeline. This is a Fabric Data Factory workspace. Now we are going to perform a copy data activity. So click on the activity, click on the copy data. We are going to perform a copy data. Click on the add to canvas. Once you will do this, now in a general option, you can give any name. If you want to give any name, specific name to the copy data, you can give from here. You can give the description. And after that, if you want to set up any timeout session for this, you can set up from here. If you want to retry, if any failure is happening, you can set up from here. Now go to the source. What actually we have to do, we have to first create a connection. Now because our data is available in a lakehouse, right? Now to access those data, first you have to establish a connection. So what you have to do, in a connection, we have to click on the more. Now from here you will be able to see all your source data. Like suppose your source data is SQL Server database, or if your data is available ODBC, Oracle database, this all the thing you can select. But where our data is available, in a OneLake catalog, right? My data is available in this source lake data house, so that I will select. It contains the file, right? I want to copy a file, so I'll select the file. Now which particular file I want to copy, so you have to search for the browse option. Now I want to copy this in employee folder. We have a multiple files, so that I want to copy. So this all the file I want to copy. So I will not select any specific file here. I'll just click on the OK. I just selected the folder from employee folder. Whatever the file is there, I want to copy all the file here. You can see recursively select. Now which particular file format you have to mention. So this all are CSV, right? Delimited text is for the CSV, so we'll select that. Now coming to the destination. So for destination also we have to establish a connection. Click on the connection, go to the more, where you want to copy. I want to copy into a lake house only. So click on the OneLake catalog, where you want to copy. I want to copy into this destination. This one we have created, right? So that's why I have selected that. I want to copy as a file only, where you want to copy. So as of now, in a destination lakehouse, we don't have any folder. We don't have any folder, but suppose you want to create any folder, so you can write that. So I will give the name as a destination. I will just give dest. So this will create one dest folder, and there only it will copy a data. Which particular format you want to copy data, you have to select. So suppose I want to copy the data in a Parquet format, so I'll select that. That's it. Means you have selected the source, you have selected the destination. Now if you want to see a mapping, right, you will be able to see all the kind of the mapping, like how the mapping is happening from this particular tab, you will be able to see. Now another option is setting. Now suppose any faulty data you have, so what actually you can do, from here you can select the skip incompatible rows. Means the data which is corrupted data, you can skip that from here, so that you can select. But as of now I am not selecting that. Means our source is ready, destination is ready. Now let's try to do a validate. So go to the home option, we have a validate, right? So click on the validate. You can see it's validated, no issue. After that, what you have to do, you can save this, click on the save. Once you will save, right, you can run that. Click on the run. Now your pipeline will start running. What actually it will do, it will take a data from a source lakehouse as a CSV file, it will take, and it will copy into a destination lakehouse as in the form of the Parquet. So that is the thing we are doing. So you can see it is succeed now. Now to check it whether the data got copied or not, what you have to do, go to the workspace. In a data factory we have created a destination lakehouse, right? Go to the destination lakehouse. Previously no file and folder was here. So if I'll click here, you have to just refresh it. Click on the refresh. Now you can see in a file we have a destination folder. Now in the destination folder, if I show you, click on this, you can see all the department.parquet, employee.parquet, employee2.parquet. This file is available here. Means we have copy a data from source to the destination. In next video, what actually we'll do, we'll try to take external sources like Azure SQL DB and all, and from there we will try to copy a data and we'll try to perform the same operation. I hope you got the idea. Hello everyone. So in previous video we have seen how to perform a copy data activity, but this time we are going to see if you have a data that is available outside of your OneLake, then how actually you can copy a data. So my requirement is like my data is available in a Azure SQL DB. Here my data is available in a Azure SQL DB. Suppose customer data is available. Now what actually I want to copy this data from the SQL DB to the Lakehouse. I want to copy. I want to copy in the form of the Parquet, or you can copy in a JSON also. Based on your need, you can copy that. I'll show you both the things. So what actually we have to do? We have to copy a data which is available in Azure SQL. We have to copy in the Lakehouse as a Parquet or the JSON format. So let's see how actually we can perform a copy data activity here. So first thing, we will try to set up a Azure SQL. We'll first try to set up a Azure SQL, and in Azure SQL we will try to create a table, and that table actually whatever the data we have, right, we will try to copy into the Lakehouse. So let's try to do that. Now I open a portal.azure.com. What actually I am going to do, I am going to create a SQL database. So search for the SQL database, you will see this, click on that. We are going to create a SQL database, so select that. After that you have to select your subscription, you have to select your resource group. So I have already created a resource group. I will select that. If you haven't created, you can click on the create new and you can create the resource group. After that, the database name you have to give. I will give the database name as a POCDB something. After that, we have to create a server also. So let me give the name as a POC server, and it should be unique. And I will select the location also, the region also. I'm going with the East US 2. After that, you have to select the SQL authentication so that you will be able to log in a SQL DB. So I will give the admin name as well as the password. Click on the OK. So what actually we are doing, first we are creating a SQL database. There we will be having a table, and that data actually we will try to copy into the Fabric Lakehouse. So that's why we are creating a SQL database. So after that, click on the OK. Select the development one, and after that this compute and storage, it is important. Make sure you use the minimum one only. You can see this is the general purpose. You can go with the basic one, and you can select the minimum one so that you will be charged very less. Click on the apply. Local redundant backup storage, click on the next. Public endpoint, we want to give access. Click on the yes, click on the yes, click on the next. Start free trial now, and after that click on the next. We want to have a, you can see use existing data. So if you select the sample, right, you will get few of the tables data already in the SQL database. So we are going with the sample one. Click on the next, click on the review and create, click on the create. So it is going to create one SQL database for you. Now you can see deployment is completed. Click on the go to resource. We have created one SQL database. Now we will try to log in. So click on the query editor here. We will pass the login and the password. So let me pass the password which I have set up. Click on the OK. Now you can see I am able to open the SQL database. In left side you can see we have a couple of tables. So if I'll show you one of the table, we can use any of the table, but what actually I want to show you, I want to show you the table data. So suppose this is the customer data I have. If I run this, this is the data we have. What actually I want to do, this particular data I want to copy in our Lakehouse in a Fabric through a data pipeline. Now what actually I want to do, whatever the data is available in this particular table, right, I want to copy in a destination Lakehouse. I want to copy in a destination Lakehouse. So in a data factory, we have created one of the Lakehouse, right, destination Lakehouse. Here only I want to copy a data. So how actually we can do that? For that we have to create a pipeline. So I'll go to the workspace. I'll go to the data factory workspace. Now we are going to create one data pipeline. So click on this new item, click on the data pipeline. We are going to create one pipeline. For that, click on the create. After that, click on the pipeline activity. We want to do a copy data, so select that copy data. Now after that you have to select the source and the destination. So I'll go to the source. First we have to give the connection. So click on the more. What is your data? So from here you have to select. So my data is Azure SQL database. I will select that. After that we have to pass the server and the database name. So in a SQL database in a Azure, right, go to the overview option, click on the OK. Now this is the server and this is the database name. How to give this server name? What you have to do? Click on this server, copy this, come here. You can see in this pattern we have to give server.database.windows.net. Click on this server.database.windows.net. This is the server, and after that you have to give the database name. What is our database name here? This is the database we have created. So give that database. After that, create a new connection. This is the connection name, and this one we will go with the basic. You have to pass the username and the password. So let me pass the username and the password which we have set up, and click on the connect. You can see it is connected that, and if you want to test the connection, click on the test connection. If it is succeed, means you are able to successfully able to connect the SQL database. Otherwise you have to check your setting. You can see connection is successful. Now in the table, right, which particular table you want to copy? I want to copy this customer, so I'll select the customer. Now coming to the destination, in a destination where you want to copy, so I'll go to the more option, go to the OneLake catalog, because I want to copy here. I want to copy in the destination. I want to copy as a file, so I'll select the file path. So let me give the name as a customer. I want to create one folder, so that's why I'm giving the file path as a customer. So it is going to create one folder customer, and there only it will copy. And I want to copy in the form of which particular format? So if you want to copy in a JSON format, you can select the JSON. If you want to copy in a Parquet, you can select the Parquet. So let me save as a JSON. So I'll select the JSON. Once you do this, right, after that our pipeline is ready. What you have to do? You have to validate it. Click on the validate. No issue here. Close it. Now after that we will try to run it. Click on the run, save and run. Click on the save and run. It will read the data from a SQL database. It is going to copy in a OneLake data lakehouse as a JSON file. You can see it is succeed now, means our pipeline ran successfully. Now if you want to see the data, right, what actually you can do? Go to the OneLake. In a OneLake we have a destination lakehouse, right? Here only we copied, so select that, click on the open. Now click on the refresh. You can see customer one folder got created. Click on this. You can see sales lt customer.json. This particular file is available. Now whatever the data was available here, right, in a SQL DB, that got copied into this particular location in a JSON format. So like this actually we can perform a copy data. I hope you got the idea. Hello everyone. Now let's see about the second activity, that is a delete activity in a Fabric data factory. So delete activity, by the name itself you can understand. With the help of the delete activity, we can remove any file, or we can delete any file or folder from the storage. We can remove any kind of the file and folder from a storage. It is useful for cleaning up outdated, invalid or temporary data automatically as part of the data workflow. So if you have to delete any kind of the outdated file, or if you want to perform any cleanup operation, in that kind of the scenario, delete activity generally we use. Now I have a one business scenario. Let's try to understand, and with the help of that we'll get a better idea about the delete activity. Now my requirement is like, on a daily basis I want to take a data from my S3 location and I want to copy into the OneLake in a branch folder, My requirement is like on a daily basis, I had to copy a data from S3 and I had to copy into the OneLake. In a OneLake, we have a one Lakehouse and the branch folder is available. So this is my requirement. But the thing is like I only want to have a latest data. I only want to have a latest data into this branch folder. Now suppose first day, what happens? Whatever the data is available in S3, right? We have done the copy activity. With the help of the copy data activity, we have copied the data into the branch. We have copied the data into a branch. Now in a branch we already have a data. Now in a second day when I am running the pipeline, you can see my data is already available. What actually I want to do? First I want to remove the data which is already available. This is a previous day data, right? So what actually I want to do? I want to first remove this data. I want to do a cleanup. I want to first do a cleanup and then I want to do a copy. So this is my requirement. So in this case what I will do? I'll use a delete activity. In this delete activity, first I will remove all the file which is available in a branch folder. I'll remove all the file which is available in a branch folder. So I'll use a delete activity for that. And after delete activity, I'll perform a copy data activity so that only the latest data will be available in a branch folder. So whenever you have to do any kind of the cleanup operation, right, in that kind of the scenario, we use a delete activity. Let's see with the practical, you will get better idea. It's very simple. So I open a Fabric. I'll go to the workspace. In a data factory workspace, we have a destination, right? You can see in a destination, in a customer, we have this file available. What actually I want to do? I want to clean up this particular file from here with the help of the data pipeline. How actually I can do that? First, go to the your workspace. We are going to create a new pipeline. So click on the new item. Click on the data pipeline. Pipeline 3 we want to create. Click on that. In this pipeline, we are going to use a delete activity. So what actually you will do? Click on the activity. We are going to use a delete activity. So click on the three dot. Use a delete data. Now in this delete data, first you have to select the source, which particular location you want to clean up. So you have to go into the more in a connection in OneLake catalog, right? From here you want to clean up. So in a destination, which particular directory? So you can search the directory. This customer. So I'll select the customer. From this customer directory, I want to do a cleanup. Click on the OK. That's it. After that logging setting, now after that, whatever the log also, if you want to save somewhere, right? So then you can click on the enable logging. I'll just unselect this because I don't want any logging as of now. Now my pipeline is ready. After that, what I will do? I'll just click on the run and save. You can see we have a run option. Click on the run. Before running, one thing you have to remember, you first validate it. So no issue here. After that, click on the run, save and run. Let's wait. What actually it will do? It will remove the file from a customer folder. It is succeed now. Now if I'll go to the OneLake in a destination Lakehouse, click on the open. I will just refresh it. Previously we have a customer this data, right? I'll just refresh it. You can see that customer folder and the data actually got deleted with the help of the pipeline. So with the help of the delete activity, we can perform a cleanup operation. I hope you got the idea. Now we will understand about the get metadata activity in a Microsoft Fabric Data Factory. So metadata activity in a Fabric Data Factory is used to extract the metadata information from a dataset or file. For taking example, suppose you want to know the file size, suppose you want to know the last modified date, suppose you want to know the number of files, suppose you want to know folder name or path, suppose you want to know structure schema, means all the kind of the metadata information if you want to know, we can use a metadata activity. For taking example, I have a one of the container, blob container. In this container I have a multiple files like 1.csv, 2.csv, like that the multiple files are available. Now you want to know what are the files which is present into this particular container. How actually you can get it? With the help of the metadata we can get it. Suppose you want to know what are the files present and what is their schema. Means you want to know each file name with the schema. How actually you can get it? You can get it with the help of the metadata activity. Means if you want to know number of files, you want to know last modified date, you want to know the file size, everything you can get it from the metadata activity. Now let's take an example in a real time on which kind of the scenario we use a metadata. So the most common scenario is like, suppose I have a one of the container. Suppose I have one of the container. In this container, I have a multiple file like employee.csv, sales.json, and department.csv. Like this, the files are available. Now your requirement is like you only want to process those data which is modified in the last 24 hours. You only want to process those file which is modified in the last 24 hours. Suppose this is the file which is modified in the last 24 hours. This is the latest file. Now you only want to process this file. So how you will get to know these are the files which is present and out of which only this file modified in the last 24 hours. We can use a get metadata activity for this. We can use a get metadata activity. With the help of the get metadata activity, what will happen? For each file, I will get their last modified time. For each file, I will get their last modified time. Once I will get for each file last modified time, I can apply a condition whether the last modified time is within a 24 hours or not. If it is a within a 24 hours, I will take those file and I will process it. Now to know the what is their last modified time, with the help of the get metadata I can know that. So this is a very useful also, because whenever you want to know what are the file which is present into the container, what is their data property, if you want to know this kind of the information, with the help of the get metadata we can do. Now let's take another example. Suppose I have this particular container. In this container I have a multiple files like 1.csv, 2.json, 3.parquet. Like this the multiple files are available, 4.csv. Now my requirement is like I only want to process the csv file. I only want to process the csv file. How I will know that these are the file which is csv file? So what actually I can do? I can use a get metadata activity. In a get metadata activity, what are the files which is present here, I will get to know. Now once I will get to know what are the files which is present, I can apply a condition whether it is contain the csv or whether it is contains a gsv, and based on that I can process that. So this kind of the scenario where I can use the get meta. Let's take another example. Suppose I have a blob container. This is the blob container and I have a employee file, employee.csv, employee2.csv, as well as the department.csv, department2.csv. Now your requirement is like you only want to process the employee file. You only want to process the employee file. You can see here employee file is present and also department file is present. Now how you can do that? So with the help of the get metadata activity, what I will get to know? I'll get to know what is their file name. If the file name contains the employee, right? In this case, what I will do, I will only process those employee file. So to know what are the files which is present and what is their file name, what actually I can use a get metadata activity, and from there, if the file contains the employee, I will take only those file and I will process it. So it is a very useful activity. With the help of that, we can know the metadata information of any files and the folder. Let's do a practical and let's understand. So let's first create the ADLS account in a Microsoft Azure. So I'll go to the Azure. I will search for the ADLS. Create a storage account first. Click on the create. Give the storage account name. And after that, you have to go with the standard one, and the redundancy you have to select the lower one. Click on the next. You have to enable the hierarchy namespace so that the ADLS will be created. Click on the next, review and the create. Once you will do this, after that you have to click on the create button, then your ADLS account will be ready. Click on the create. this is going to create one ADLS account for me. In that ADLS account, what actually we will do, we will try to store a multiple files. We'll try to store a multiple files, and with the help of the get metadata activity, we'll try to fetch the metadata information. So let's wait it to complete, then we will continue. You can see it is complete now. Click on the go to resource, go to the data storage, click on the container. We are going to create one container. The container name we can give anything. I will give the name as a source. So it is a source file. So click on the create. Now in the source container, I will try to upload a multiple files. So for the file upload, click on the upload. Click on the browse file. We'll try to upload a multiple files. Let me upload the employee and the department file. These are the file actually I am uploading. Click on the upload. Now you can see multiple files are there. Now I want to know the metadata information. So I'll go to the fabric, go to the home, first click on the workspace. Now this is the workspace we have created, right? In this workspace, what actually we are going to do, we are going to create a pipeline. Click on the new, click on the data pipeline fold. Now we are going to do a metadata activity. So go to the activity tab. Now you can see we have one option get metadata. Now in a triple dot also if you select, you will see a get metadata activity. So select that. Once you select the get metadata activity, right? Now you have to go into the setting, because the first tab you only have to give the basic information. Go to the setting tab. Now in setting tab, first you have to mention the connection. So let me go to the more. Our source file is available in a ADLS account, right? So search for the Azure Data Lake Gen2. This is the Gen2. After that, we have to pass the URL. Now we have to connect to the ADLS account. So if you want to connect with the ADLS account, you should have passed the URL and all, so that we will be able to make a connection. So how actually you can do? First you have to come to the storage account. So this is the storage account we have created, right? Come here. Now in the bottom you will see in a bottom in a setting option, you have to click on the setting. Under this setting you will see endpoints. So this particular endpoint, data lake storage. So for data lake storage, this is the endpoint. Select this. Once you will select that, pass here. Now after that, what you have to do, create a new connection. Click on the create a new connection. Once you will click on the create a new connection, you have to give the connection name. You can give any name. I will give the connection name as a ADLS something. After that, authentication kind. So with this information only, if you will try to connect, right, it will throw you error. It will throw you error because we are in a fabric and we want to connect with the ADLS. So you can see invalid credential. So in authentication, we are going to pass a account key. As of now, we are doing a practical, so our main goal is to just connect. So we are using a account key and this particular URL. So in account key, how you will get it? In a security and a networking, click on the security and the networking. You will see access key. Click any one of them, copy this, go here, account key. Click on the connect. You can see I am able to connect. Now if you want to know the file path, right, search for the file, go to the browse. This is a particular container, and that particular container I want to know the metadata information, so I will give the only the source. This is the container name, right? I will give only that. File format, my file format is in delimited text CSV, right? So I will mention that. Now after that, this is the important, the field list. What kind of the metadata information you want to know, that you have to select. So I want to know the child item. So let's select the child items. I am selecting the child items. After that, what I will do, I'll just try to run it. I'll just try to run this. So click on the run, click on the save and run. Let's try to see whether what kind of the metadata information we are getting. You can see it is succeed now. Now we will see the output. So come here, click on the output. What actually output we got, let's try to see. So you can see in a child item we have all the information. So it is giving me the name is this particular file, and the type is file, means it is saying like this is the first file, this is a CSV file, and their type is file. Now the second is this is the department and their file is file. The third one is like this is the department1.csv. Means I am able to get all the file details. I am able to get what are the file which is present into the my particular container. These are the files which is present. This is a child item when we have selected. Now let me select any other thing. So suppose you want to know the last modified. So you click on the last modified and let's try to run again. Click on the run, click on the save and run. Succeed. Now go to the output. In our output you will get the last modified date. So what actually it has done, we have a multiple file, right? In the our storage account, if I'll go, this is the storage account. I'll go to the data storage container. From this source you will get this last modified time. So I am able to get the last modified output. So this is the last modified output. So this, the time may be a differ because the UTC and the IST, that's why the it is showing different. But I am able to, if you have to, if you want to know the this last modified date, right, from here you can get it. Now for each file you want to know, in this case what actually you will do, you will loop it, and based on that looping you will get the last modified time. But as of now I hope you got the idea how to get the metadata information of any files and the folder. Hello everyone. So in this particular video we are going to understand about the filter activity in Fabric Data Factory. So by the name itself we can understand filter activity means based on certain condition we can filter a element, from array. Let's take one example so that we'll get a better idea. For taking example, suppose I have one of the blob container. This is my blob container. In this blob container, I have a multiple files. Like suppose I have a employee.csv file, I have a department.json file, I have a sales.csv file. Like the multiple files are available. Now my requirement is like I have to filter only the CSV file from here, and I have to load the data into a Lakehouse. This is my requirement. Now in this case what you have to do, first you have to read what are the files which is available here. Not to read what are the files which is available here, what actually we use a get metadata activity, right? In previous video we have understand, if you have to read the metadata information like what are the files which is available into this particular blob storage, what you will use a get metadata. You will get to know what are the files which is available. From with the help of get metadata I will get to know what are the files which is available, like CSV file is available, I have a department.json file is available, I'll get to know sales.csv file is available. Now my requirement is like I only have to filter CSV file. I only have to take a CSV file. So in this case what I will use? I will use a filter activity. I will use a filter activity to filter only the CSV file. To filter only the CSV file, and for that I will write one condition. I will write a condition if the file name contains, if this file name, whatever the output we are getting from here, right? If the file name contains CSV, it means that is a CSV file. If it doesn't contain CSV, that means it is not a CSV file. That kind of the condition I will write, and I will filter only the CSV file. So filter activity will help you to filter a element based on the certain condition. I hope you got the idea what is filter data activity. Let's try to do a practical. Let's try to take a same example. In a ADLS we will try to upload a multiple file, and from there we will only filter the CSV file. Let's take this example. So I open my Fabric. I have also created a blob storage. So let me show you the blob storage. I'll go to the ADLS. I have created the Azure Data Lake storage actually. In last video also we have covered how to create a DLS account and how to upload a file. So this is a particular storage we have created. In this particular storage I have one of the container. This is the source container. Now in this source container I have a couple of CSV file available. What I will do, I will upload few JSON file also. Now from this particular location I will only filter the CSV file. This is a JSON file, so I will upload this file also. So now you can see in my ADLS account I have a CSV file also, and also I have a JSON file. You can see covid.json. This is the file available. Now what is my requirement? My requirement is like I only had to filter all the CSV file from here. So what actually we will do? We'll create one pipeline to know what are the files which is available into this particular location, right? First we will use a get metadata activity. We will read what are the file which is available into this particular location. After that we will use a filter activity to filter only the CSV data. I'll go to the fabric. In the particular workspace data factory, we are going to create a new pipeline. Click on the new item, click on the data pipeline, click on the create. We are going to use a get metadata activity first. So first go to the activity tab. We are going to use a get metadata activity. Now with the help of the get metadata activity, we will get to know what are the files which is available into this particular container. So let's try to read that. How actually you will get to know what are the files which is available into the ADLS. Go to the setting, go to the connection, click on the more. Our file is available in a Data Lake Gen2. We'll select that. Now to you have to pass the URL and the connection string. So what is the URL? In a URL you have to pass, go to the storage, go to this particular storage. In the bottom you will see endpoint. In a settings tab you will see the endpoint. From here you can select this data lake storage, copy that, paste into the URL, create a new connection, and after that you have to pass the authentication. We'll use the account key. Now in account key, how you will get account key? Go to the security and network. You will see access key. Click on the access key. This is the key. You can copy any one of them. Go here, pass the account key, click on the connect, it will be connected. In previous video also I have shown the same video. So now we have connected to the ADLS. What actually we'll do, we'll select the file path. This is the container we want to select. Now we want to read what are the files which is available into this source container. So I'll select the source, click on the OK, and this one we will use as a delimited text. Click on the field list. From here we will use a child item, and what we'll do, we'll try to go to the home tab, click on the run, save and run. It will start running the pipeline and it will give you what are the files which is available into that particular container. So let's wait what is the output we are getting. Now if you will see, these are the output I am getting. I am getting all the output, right? covid.json, delhi csv.csv, means I am able to read all the file which is available into that particular location, what is their file name and what is their file type, means I am able to read all the thing. Now what actually I want to do, I want to filter only those file which is a CSV file, means only I want to take those file which is a CSV file, means I had to apply a filter activity to filter based on the condition. So if I will apply a condition like if the name contains CSV, that means that is a CSV file. If the name anywhere it contains the CSV, that means it is a CSV file. Here you can see no CSV is mentioned, right? That means it is not a CSV file. If I will apply that kind of the condition and if I will filter, so I will get only the CSV file. So that is my requirement. So what I will do, first I will copy this output and I will paste into the one of the notebook. Here I have pasted it. Now let's try to use a filter activity. To use a filter activity, go to the activity tab. In the three dot, right, you will see this filter activity, use that. Now in filter activity, we'll connect both. Select the filter activity, go to the setting. Now in a setting items, so what I will do, we will use a dynamic content and whatever the output we are getting from get meter, right, we will select. So you can see get meter child item. If I select this, you can see this is the dynamic content. What it will give, it will give me the output which is coming from get meta. From get metadata we are getting this output, right? So it will give me that. I will select and click on the OK. Now what is the condition I want to apply? So click on the add dynamic content. So use this filter one at the right item. So if I write @item.name, if I write @item.name, that means here if you see @items is completely which we are getting from get metadata. If I write @items.name means I will get only the file name, like this is the covid.json, this is the delhi.csv.csv, this is all the means @item.name will represent me all the file name. Now what is the condition I want to write? I will write a condition @contains contains open a bracket, if item.name contains csv means I want to filter only those record which contain the csv. Now if you will see it is in smaller, so we will write the @item contain the csv, that is what I want to filter. So what I have written, whatever we are getting from here, right, if the name contains the csv, that only I want to filter. Click on the OK. This is the filter activity. Now let's try to run. We should only get the all the csv file. So to run this, go to the home tab, click on the run, click on the save and run. You can see first it has completed the get metadata one activity, after that the filter activity. Now if I see in the filter one output, right, click on the output tab, you will see total item count is 6, but the filter item is only 5 and it filter only the CSV file, means we can't see any JSON file here. So like this actually we can use a filter activity, we can perform a filter based on the certain condition. Hello everyone, so in this particular video we are going to discuss about lookup activity in Microsoft Fabric. The lookup activity in Microsoft Fabric is used to retrieve a data from a data source such as table, file or query and make it available for use in other pipeline activity. What does it mean? Let's try to understand. With the help of the lookup activity, we can retrieve a data from a table or file. We can retrieve a data from table, file or query. Let's take one example so that we will get a better idea. For taking example, suppose I have one employee table. I have an employee table. In this employee table, I have all the employee information, like what is their ID, what is their name, what is their address, or what is their salary. All the information is available into this employee table. I have another table, that is a employee resign table. Now in this employee resign table, I have all the employee details who are resigning. Suppose employee 2 and the 4, they are resigning. Now my requirement is like I have to take the data from here, I have to retrieve a data from here, and what I had to do, I had to delete the data from the employee table. I had to delete the data from a employee table. Now in this case, first I had to get all the ID details, all the employee ID details who are resigning, right? So in this case, I had to retrieve a data from the employee resign table. So what I will do, for that I will use a lookup activity. With the help of the lookup activity, I can write a SQL query also, and I will get all the ID details from the employee resign table. And once I will get the all the ID details, suppose ID 2 and the 4, they are resigning, right? So mostly we will get the data output will be in the form of the array. So once I will get this data, what I will do, this data I will use to delete data from the employee table, means lookup activity will help you to retrieve a data from any of the table or file. So I hope you got the idea. So lookup activity generally we use to retrieve a data from a table, file or a query. Let's try to do a practical so that you will get better idea. So I open my Fabric, go to the Fabric workspace, go to the data factory, and here we are going to create a new pipeline. Click on the pipeline, click on the data pipeline, click on the create. We are going to create a new pipeline. Go to the activity, we are going to create a new activity. You can see we have a lookup activity, select that. Now in a lookup activity, right, main option is a setting, so go to the setting. First we have to establish a connection, so whether it is a file or whether it is a table, so for that you have to make a connection. So in Azure we have created one SQL database also. We have created a SQL database. So what I will do, we'll try to read this SQL database table content. So if you can see, we have a multiple table. So we have address table, so let me show you the address table. Now you can see this is my table. This is a sales LT address table I have. Now my requirement is like, from a lookup activity, I want to fetch all the country details. I want to fetch all the country details. So how actually I can fetch those details? So I'll come to this lookup. First I have to make a connection. How I had to make a connection. I already make a connection in previous video. Also we have done a practical for the Azure SQL database, right? So there we have established a connection. You can watch those video. So I'll use the same connection. After that, what we have to do? Connection type. So connection type also we have established Azure SQL database, and after that you can test the connection. You can see connection is successful. Our database name is this. Now what actually we want? We want to fetch the distinct country region from this table. So for that, what I will write? We'll write a query. We will write one query. So I will write select distinct. What is the column name? Country region. I'll write country region. Select distinct country region from this particular table. So let me pass the table name sales LT dot address. Sales LT dot address. So I have written a query. I have used a lookup activity. I have established a connection with the Azure SQL database, and after that I am passing the query. You can see as of now first row only is selected. Now what I will do? I want to read those table, right? I will click on the save and the run. Now let's see whether we are able to read the content from this particular table or not, like all the country region details we are able to read or not. You can see it is succeed. Now if I see the output, right, you can see the only Canada it is showing the first row, because whenever we use the lookup activity, right, you can see first row only is selected. So you uncheck this. Now you try to run this. Now let's see whether we are able to read all the data from this particular table or not. Succeed. Now go to the output. Now you can see all the country region I am able to select: Canada, United Kingdom, United States, all the things I am able to select. So with the help of the lookup activity, what actually we are able to do? We are able to read the content of any table with the help of the query also, or even if you already have a store procedure, that store procedure also you can use, and you can fetch the data. You can retrieve a data from particular table and the file. So that is the use case. Now once you got the output, right, we got all the output. That output actually we can use. Suppose based on the based on the USA only you want to copy a data, like that condition you want to apply, you can apply, and that data only you can copy. So this is very useful to retrieve a data content from any table or file, and based on that we can write certain condition, and based on the certain condition only we can copy a data, we can delete a data, or we can perform any operation. So I hope you got the idea how to use a lookup activity. Hello everyone. So in this particular video we are going to understand about parameters in a Fabric data factory. So what is a parameter? Parameter in a Fabric data factory allow you to make your pipeline, data set and data flow dynamic and reusable by passing values during the runtime. Let's take with example. What is a parameter? With the help of the parameter we can make our data pipeline dynamic, and we can pass the value during the runtime. For taking example, suppose I have one ADLS account. In this ADLS account I have a multiple file, like employee file is there, department file is there, and also sales files is there. Now what is my requirement? My requirement is like I have to copy this data into a lakehouse. I have to copy this data into a lakehouse. I only have to copy the employee data. That is my requirement. In this case what I will do, I'll create one copy data activity. I'll create one copy data activity, and in the location I will pass source. Suppose this is a source container, that's why I am writing source, and which particular file I want to copy? I want to copy employee.csv. This particular thing I will pass. I will create a copy data activity. When I will run, what will happen? It will pick this particular file only from here, and it will copy into this lakehouse. Now after some time, what actually happened? I got another requirement, and what they are saying, I want to copy this sales data from ADLS to lakehouse. In this case what will happen? Again we are going to create another copy data activity, because our location is changing, right? Our location is changing. So what I will do, again I will create one copy data activity. In this case I will pass the source location as a source and the sales.csv, so that it will take only the sales data and it will copy into the Lakehouse. Now in this case, what is happening, even though we have to perform only the copy data activity because of the different location, what actually happening, we are creating a multiple copy data activity. Instead of doing this, what actually we can do, we can create one parameter. We can create one parameter. So we will define one parameter name as a file name, and in the path we will pass source as well as this parameter file name. Now when you will run the pipeline, right, when you will run the pipeline, it will ask which particular file name. Then you can say employee.csv, employee.csv. If you will say employee.csv, then employee.csv file it will copy. Now again if you will run, again it will ask which particular file name you want to copy. So if you will say department.csv, in this case it will pick department.csv and it will copy that data. So with the help of the parameter, we can make our pipeline dynamic and also we can make reusable. So let's try to do a practical so that we'll get better idea. So in Azure Data Factory, we have created one ADLS account, right? So let me show you ADLS account, storage account. Here we have created a, here we have uploaded a multiple file in a container. If I'll show you, go to the data storage, go to the container, sources. You can see we have a multiple files. Now my requirement is like I want to copy this delhi.csv file from this location to the ADLS. So what I will do for that, I will create a pipeline. I will show you. I'll go to the workspace, go to the data factory, go to the new item, create a new data pipeline. So I think we have opened a multiple things. So let's close this. So what I will do, I'll go to the workspace, I'll go to the data factory. We are going to create a new pipeline. Click on the new item, click on the data pipeline. We are going to create a one pipeline, that is a pipeline 7. What we have to do, we have to perform a copy data activity. So go to the activity, click on the copy data, add to the canvas. Once you will do this, copy data is coming. Now we want to copy a data from my ADLS location to the Lakehouse. So in ADLS, I want to copy this employee1.csv file. So what I will do, I'll come to this copy data in a source. First I will create a connection. How to create a connection we have already covered in a previous video. We have already created a ADLS connection also. So what we are going to do, we are going to directly use that connection. So this is the one, ADLS one. I will select that and after that I will browse it. So you can see this is the source. In this source we have a multiple files available. So suppose I want to copy this employee1.csv, right? So I will select that. If I will not select this particular file, in this case what will happen, it will copy all the files, but I have a requirement, I want to copy only the employee1.csv. So I will select that, click on the OK. Now in this case what will happen, it will take a data from a employee1.csv and it will copy the data into a Lakehouse. So you also have to specify the file format. So let me give the file format as a, it will give the file format as a delimited text. Now where you want to copy, that you have to specify. So I want to copy into a Lakehouse. So for that you have to create a connection. We already have created a connection destination. So I'll select that. You have to specify where you want to copy. I want to copy in a file section. Click here. Where you want to copy, that you have to specify. Suppose I want to copy into this destination folder. So I will select that, click on the OK. The file format you have to mention, file format is the CSV. In a CSV only I want to copy. So we have selected a source, we have selected a destination. In this case what will happen, because we have given the file path as employee1.csv, it will take a data from this particular location employee1.csv and it will copy this data into our Lakehouse, because we have passed this employee1.csv. But suppose after some time we got another requirement and they are saying like we want to copy this department.csv also. So in this case what you have to do, again you have to create one more pipeline and you have to pass the file path and this file name you have to pass as a department1.csv. Means you have to create a multiple pipeline in this case. So instead of doing this, what we can do, we can create a parameter and this file name during the runtime only we can pass. So what you have to do, outside you have to click anywhere. You can see parameter, click on the new. We'll give the parameter as a file name. After that go to the copy data, in a file name add dynamic content. You will see whatever the parameter you have created, select that, click on the OK. Now in this case what will happen, whenever you will run the pipeline, right, so it will ask which particular file name you want to copy, which particular file you want to copy. Let me show you. Click on the home, click on the run, click on the save and run. So you can see it is asking which particular file name you want to copy. So if I'll pass, I want to copy employee1.csv, employee1.csv. In this case what will happen, from a source it will pick employee1.csv file and it will copy into the destination. If I click on the OK, it will start running the pipeline and it will copy that. It is saying like a specified file was not found. So what is the file name we have passed? You can see it is employee_1, that's why it is failed. So let me run again. Click on the run. Let's give the proper name. So suppose I will give department.csv. Department.csv file mention department.csv, and if I'll click on the OK, now in this case it will copy a department.csv file. You can see it is succeed. Now if we'll go to the Lakehouse, right, OneLake, destination, click on the open, click on the refresh. In a destination, you can see department.csv got copied. Now again I will go to the pipeline, again. Now again if you run this pipeline, right, if I'll go to the home, if I'll click on the run, what will happen, again it will ask which particular file you want to copy. So we have made it parameterized. During the runtime only we can pass. In this case we do not have to create a multiple pipeline and we can reuse the same one. I hope you got the idea. Hello everyone. So in this particular video we are going to understand about for each activity in Microsoft Fabric. So for each activity is similar to the programming language. In a programming language also we have a for loop, right? So this for loop generally we use to iterate collection of item. For taking example, suppose I have an array. Now in array I have a multiple values 3, 4, 5. Now if you have to iterate, then what you will use? You will use a for loop. You will write like this, right? For I in array, and if you will do print I, what will happen? One by one this value will be printed. So if you had to iterate anything, what actually we use in programming, we use a for loop. Now in a Fabric also, if you had to iterate anything, the collection of item, then what actually we use a for each activity. Let's take one example and let's understand our practical part also, so that you will get a better idea. So what actually my requirement is like, I have a one ADLS account. Now in ADLS account I have a multiple file, like suppose example employee.csv file is there, department.csv file is there, suppose department.json file is also there, JSON is there, sales.json is there, like that the multiple files are there. My requirement is like in ADLS, whatever the CSV file is there, that file I want to delete. That file only I want to delete. That is my requirement. Now in this case what actually we will do? First, with the help of the get metadata activity, we will read what are the files are available into this ADLS. We will use a get metadata. We'll try to read what are the files which is available into this ADLS location. With the help of the get metadata, each file name we will be able to read. Now after that, what actually I will do? I'll use a filter activity. With the help of the filter activity, I will take all the files and I will check whether the file contains CSV or not. If the file contains CSV, means that is a CSV file. So in a filter, I will get a output like what are the CSV file is there. For taking example, employee.csv is there, department.csv is there. These are the CSV file is there. That is the output I will get from the filter. Now this file you have to delete. So in this case, what actually we will do for deleting? We will use a delete activity. Now in a delete activity, right, one by one this all the file name you have to pass. So instead of doing this, what actually you can do? You can use a for each activity. And you can iterate this file one by one, and this file name you can pass into the delete activity and that file will be deleted. Now you will say why to create a for each activity we can do manually. For taking example, suppose you applied a filter, after that you got hundred or thousands of CSV file. In this case, this thousand of CSV files suppose you had to delete. Now one by one you can't do, right? You had to iterate. So what actually you will do? You will use a for each activity. You will iterate all the file one by one. You will pass into the delete activity and that particular file will be deleted. I hope you got the idea when actually we use a for each activity. Let's try to do the same practical. Now I open my Azure account. In Azure we have a ADLS. In ADLS I have uploaded a multiple file. You can see JSON as well as CSV file is available. My requirement is like I want to delete only the CSV data from this particular container using a for each activity. As we are learning for each activity, so with the help of that we will see how actually we can delete only the CSV file from this particular location. So I'll go to the fabric. I created one new pipeline. I'm going to use one activity. So first activity I am going to use, that is a get metadata. Get metadata. With the help of the get metadata, I'll try to read what are the file which is present into this particular location. So I'll go to the setting in a connection. I have already set up the connection, so I'm going to use the same one. Select the file path, select the source, click on the OK. So from this particular source, I want to read all the file. Select the file format, delimited text, field list. This is the child item. Now let me try to run this. Let me click on the run, click on the save and run. Let's see whether we are able to read all the file which is available into our source or not. You can see it is succeed. If I will show you the output, in the output you will be able to see all the file and their type like covid.json, Delhi CSV file, all the file is available. Now what actually I want to do, I only want to filter a CSV data from here. So for that I will use filter activity. Go here, go to the filter activity, connect both, select the filter, go to the setting. In item I will pass all the output from a get metadata. So select the dynamic content, get metadata, whatever the output, right? I want to pass here. I have to select this child item because we have selected the child item, right? I have to pass the child item. Click on the OK. Now after that, in a condition, we'll write one condition. So from get metadata, we got all the file name and their type, right? So if I write @item, if I'll write filter @item dot name, that means that will represent my file name. @item dot name will represent my file name. So I will apply a condition if the file name contains the CSV, contains, I have written @contains item dot name is nothing but a file name. If it is a CSV, that CSV, that file only I want. So I have written a one condition. If the item dot name contains CSV, that means that is a CSV file. So I'll click on the OK. Now let's try to run and let's see whether we are able to see only the CSV file or not. So with the help of the filter activity, we are trying to filter only the CSV files. Now if I'll show you the output, you can see total file is 6 but the filter file is 5. Means we have a total 5 CSV file we can see here. We can only see the CSV files. Now what actually we want, after that we got a multiple CSV file here, right, in a filter activity. Now this all the CSV file I want to delete from the this particular location. Now for deleting we have a delete activity. For deleting we have a delete activity, but we have a multiple files we have to delete, right? One by one manually we have to pass. Instead of doing that, what actually we can use? We can use a for each activity. So use the for each. In this for each, I'll try to connect the filter into for each. Whatever the output we got from the filter, right, we will try to pass into the for each. So select the sequential, one by one we want to pass. Click on the dynamic content, click on the activity output. Because in a filter we got a multiple values, right, that is nothing but that is array. So you have to select the filter activity output and also you have to write dot value because we have a multiple files. So this is the one you have to do. Click on the OK. Now one by one, whatever the output we got from a filter, right, we are passing into the for each activity. Now after that I will use a delete data. In activity we are going to use a delete data. So we want to delete it from the ADLS, right? So first select the connection. After that select the file path. So I will select the file path, which particular file you want to delete. I want to delete from the source container. Now which particular file name? So file name that will come from this for each only. So I will write item.name. Click on the OK. Now what actually happened? So from filter activity we got all the CSV file. Now one by one all the CSV file we are passing into the for each activity, and that at the rate item.name is nothing but that is a CSV file name, and that particular file actually we are passing into the delete activity. So that will delete a data from a ADLS. Now let's try to run and let's try to see whether it's working or not. One more thing, in a logging setting, right, you just uncheck it. Now click on the run, click on the save and run. Now you can see first get metadata activity has run. You can see all the file we are able to read. After that the filter activity which has ran. In a filter activity I can see only the CSV file. Once we get all the CSV file in a for each, right, multiple time we are running the delete data activity. We are passing one by one all the file name from this filter. So first we are passing the daily.csv, then we are passing the employee.csv, means what are the CSV file, right? One by one we are passing in the delete data activity and we are trying to delete that. So you can see it is succeed now. The multiple delete data which has run and it is succeed. Now let's go to the source location and let's try to refresh. You can see all the CSV file got deleted from this particular location. So like that, if you had to iterate anything, what actually we can do, we can use a for each activity. I hope you got the idea. Hello everyone. So in this particular video, we are going to understand about if condition activity in a Microsoft Fabric. If condition is similar to the if else condition in a programming language. So let's try to understand if condition. So in if condition, we generally write one condition. Now if the condition is true, then you can perform a activity. If the condition is false, then you can perform another activity. This is the working of the if condition activity. Let's take one example so that we'll get better idea. That is the practical we are going to do. Suppose I have a ADLS account. Now in ADLS I have a multiple file. I have a employee.csv file. I have a employee1.csv file. I have a employee2.csv file. Like that multiple files are there. Department.csv file. Now what actually I want, my condition is like if any of the file name which contains emp, you can see emp1 also there, emp2 also there. So if any of the file name which contains emp, that means what actually I want to do, I want to perform a delete activity. And that file I want to delete from the ADLS. Now if any of the file that doesn't contain emp, if any of the file name which doesn't contain the emp, in that case what actually I want to do, I want to perform a copy activity and I want to copy this data into a Lakehouse. This is what I want to do. In this case what actually I can do, I can use if condition activity. Now in if condition what actually we can do, you can write one condition. So condition we will write if the file name contains emp, if it contains emp, that means that will be a true. In this case what we will do, we'll perform a delete activity. If the file name it doesn't contain the emp, that means that is a false. In that case we will perform a copy activity. So how actually we can do this practical? So what I will do, first we had to read all the file from the ADLS. To read what are the file which is present in a ADLS, we will use a get metadata. get metadata. From the get metadata, we will be able to read what are the file which is present into the ADLS. Now once I get information what are the file name, what are the file which is present into the ADLS, what I will do, I will use a for each, because these all the files are multiple files, right? So what I will do, I will use a for each. I will use a for each. Now with the help of the for each, all the files one by one I will pass into this for each activity. I will pass one by one into this for each activity. Under this for each activity, I will use one if condition activity. I will use a if condition activity. If condition activity. Now in if condition activity, I will give one condition. I will give condition if the file name contains EMP. If the file name contains EMP, if the condition is true, then I will perform a delete activity. If the file name doesn't contain EMP, that means it is false. In this case, I want to perform a copy activity. Copy activity. So that is the what actually I am going to do. So what I will do, with the help of the get metadata, I will read all the file which is available here. Now I will try to pass each file one by one into this for each activity. So first file will be the employee.csv. So this file will come, it will check, it will come into the if condition. This file contains EMP, right? It means it is a true condition. What will happen? It will perform a delete activity. Now second file will come, that is a employee1.csv. Employee1.csv, whether it contains the name as a EMP. Yes, it contains the EMP, means our condition is true. It will perform a delete. Now another file department.csv will come. Whether the department is contain the name as a EMP, it doesn't contain, so it will go into the false condition and it will perform a copy activity. So like that actually we can do. Let's try to do this practical. So I have a ADLS account. In ADLS I have a multiple file. You can see employee1.csv, employee2.csv, employee location.csv, as well as couple of more files there. What actually we want to do? We are going to first create one pipeline. I'll go into the workspace, go to the data factory. We are going to create one data pipeline. Click on the create. First we will try to read what are the file which is present into this ADLS location. So how actually we can read what are the file which is present into ADLS? With the help of the get metadata we can know that. Click on the get metadata. Now in get metadata, go to the setting, go to select the connection. This is the ADLS connection we have already created. Select the browse, select the file path. This is the source container. Select the OK. Select the file format, delimited text. Select the field list, child item, so that you will get all the file information. Go to the home, select the run, select the save and run. Now you can see in the output, I am able to read what are the file which is present into the ADLS location. Now what I will do, you can see here we have a multiple file, right? So with the help of the for each activity, one by one, this all the file name I will try to pass into the for each activity. So we are going to use another activity, that is a for each. So come here, select for the for each. Select for the for each. Now what I will do, whatever the output we got from a get metadata, right? Multiple file name we got. Select the for each. Select the setting, sequential. Select the item, add dynamic content. We are going to use this particular get metadata output because we have a multiple files, right? So what I will use, dot value. Now click on the OK. What actually I have done, from get metadata I have read all the file. I am passing through a for each activity one by one. Now under this for each activity, what I will use, I will use a if condition. You can see this is the if condition. Now click on the if condition. Go to the activity. Now in if condition, what I will check, I'll write one condition. What is the condition I want to write? If the file name, so if you'll select here, right, at the rate item dot name, if you write at the rate item dot name, at the rate item dot name will represent this file name. At the rate item dot name will represent this file name. This is, you can see this is the name and type, right? Name will represent the file name. So what I will write, at the rate item dot name, at the rate contains. So I am writing this condition. if the file name, if item.name, if contains emp, that is my condition, click on the OK. If the any of the file name which contain the emp, that means that will go into the true condition. If it doesn't contain emp, that will go into the false condition. Now if any of the file which contain emp, in that case what actually I want to do, I want to perform a delete activity. So click on this, I want to perform a delete activity. Select the delete data. Now in a delete data, what actually you will pass, select the condition. You have to also select the file path. This is the file path. In a file name, select the add dynamic content @item dot name. @item dot name means that particular file I want to delete. @item dot name I will write here. If doesn't contain employee, then in that case what I want to do, I want to perform a copy data. So click on the copy data. Which particular file you want to copy from a source is a ADLS. Select the source, click on the OK, click on the dynamic content. That file I want to copy. @item.name. Where you want to copy, go to the destination. I want to copy into the Lakehouse, destination Lakehouse. In the file, which particular directory, I want to copy into this destination directory. Click on the OK. You also have select delimited text. Here also you have to select the delimited text. So what we have done, now again I will go to the pipeline. First, from the get metadata, what are the file which is present into the ADLS location, I am able to read all the file details. Now one by one these file details I am passing into this for each activity. Now under this for each activity I am using a if condition. I have given a one condition. If the file name contains emp, if the file name if contains emp, that means it will go into the true. If it is a true, right, if it contains the emp, then what actually I am doing, I am performing a delete activity. So that particular file I will delete from the ADLS location. If the file if doesn't contain emp, in that case what I am doing, I am performing a copy data that will take that data and it will copy into the Lakehouse. So that is practical I have done. Now after that what you have to do, you have to edit this delete data. One changes I think I have to do. In a logging setting, just disable the enable logging. Now our pipeline is ready. We will try to test it. Go to the home, click on the run, click on the save and run. Let's see whether it's working or not. It's a failed. What actually issue we are getting? Value doesn't exist. So in a for each activity, I think we have used one thing. Let me go into the setting. Come here. I think we have to select this child item, right? But we have selected the another one that we have to correct. Select the child item. Click on the OK. Now let's try to run this. Now if you will see what actually it is happening from this get metadata, right? One by one the file actually it is reading. So suppose covid.json. So the covid.json we have read from this get metadata, we are passing in the for each activity. Under this for each activity we have used the if condition. So in if condition it is checking whether this covid.json contains emp or not. So it doesn't contain emp, right? In this case what will happen, it will go into the false, means it will copy the data into a Lakehouse. Now next time it will check the department.csv whether department.csv contains emp or not. It doesn't contain, right? So in this case it will go into the false condition, it will copy data into a Lakehouse. Now in third case employee1.csv whether it contains the name as a emp or not. Yeah, it contains. So what actually will happen, our condition is true, it will perform a delete data activity. So like that it is working. Let's see whether it worked or not. You can see all succeed. It means from the source whatever the employee read, it should delete the file, and whatever the other file read, it should copy into the Lakehouse. Let me refresh this. You can see other file, employee file, got deleted, and we will check into the OneLake destination, open, refresh. In a destination you can see covid.json and as well as the department.csv got copied here. So like that actually we can do that. This is little bit tricky, but do try to practice, you will get a idea. Hello everyone. So in this particular video we are going to understand about the variable activity in Microsoft Fabric. So variable activity is similar to the programming language. In programming language also we create a variable and we store some values, right? For taking example, in a Python, suppose you had to create any variable. So what actually you do? First you create a variable name. Suppose I am creating one variable name as a name. Now in this name what actually I can do? I can store any values. I can store any values. Suppose you had to create another variable. The variable name, suppose you have given the file count. File count. Now in this file count, what actually you can do? You can store any kind of the values here. Suppose the file count is 10. Means to store the intermediate values, what actually we do? We try to create a variable and we try to store our intermediate values there. In a Fabric also we have a same concept. Variable are used to store intermediates value, track count, build the dynamic content or control flow logic. In a Fabric also, we can create a variable by using a variable activity. And what actually we can do? We can create any variable. So for that you have to give the variable name, and in this variable name you can store any values. Now let's take one example with the real time. Suppose I have one of the blob storage. Now in this blob storage, I have a couple of files like file 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, like that the multiple files are there. Now your requirement is like, if in this particular folder, if total file count is greater than 5, if total file count is greater than 5, then what you have to do? You have to perform a copy. If total file is less than 5, then you do not have to perform a copy activity. This is your requirement. So in this case, what actually you will do? First, you will, with the help of the get metadata, you will try to read what are the file which is available. Now to know whether what is the total file count, to know the total file count, what actually you will do? You will create one variable, right? So that you can store like what is the total file count. So what I will do? I will use a variable activity. I'll create one variable. Suppose I am creating a variable name as a file count, and here I will store the values like what is the total number of count. So suppose total number of file count is 6, right? So I will try to store into this particular variable. Now after that I can write a condition like if the file count is greater 5, so I will use if condition. If the file count is greater than 5, then I will perform a copy data. If it is not greater than 5, then I will just skip it, and then I will just skip it. So like that logic actually we can build. So for that we use a variable activity. Let's do a practical so that we'll get better idea. I open a Fabric, I'll go to the workspace, I'll go to the data factory. We are going to create a new item, and I'll create a data pipeline. Click on the data pipeline, create. In Azure, I have created one data storage, so I'll go there. I'll go to the storage account, go to the storage. I have one of the container. In that container, we have a multiple files. I'll show you. This is the source container. In this source container, I have a multiple files available. You can see 2 files are available. Now, what actually I want to do in a Fabric, this is a pipeline I have created, right? We want to read the number of file which is available here. So what I will do, first I will use a get metadata to read the number of file which is available. So I'll use a get metadata. In this get metadata, we'll create a connection. So we already established a connection in previous video. I will use the same one. You have to select the file path. This is a container. This is the source we have passed, and now we will give the file format. Let me give the file format as a delimited text. Now in the field list, you will see couple of options like child item, xjs item name, item type and all. We'll use the child item to know what are the file which is available. After that I will try to run this, and I will try to see whether I am able to see what are the file which is available there. You can see it is succeed. I am able to read what are the file which is available. Now what I will do, I'll create one variable. In that variable, what is the total count of file that I will try to store. I'll go to the activity. In this activity, you will see one of the variable. You can see set variable is there. I'll use that. I'll try to connect this both. Now I'll go to the set variable. In this set variable, go to the setting. You can see pipeline variable, pipeline return value. We are going to create a new one, so click on the new one. I'll give the any variable name you can give. So suppose I will give the name as a file count. And the value I want to store as an integer. Confirm. Now you have to pass the expression. You have to pass the expression. So from this get metadata, right, I will select what I will try to find out. I will try to find out what is the length of the file. So if I just write a length, what is the total length into this child item, if I'll do this, I should be able to get the total length of the file. Click on the OK. I have created one variable and this is the expression I am passing. So with the help of that expression, it will try to store the values there. Now let's try to run. Save and run. You can see it is succeed now. First it is running the get metadata one and it is succeed. Now the set variable is succeed. Go to the output tab. You can see value is 2. The variable we have created the file count and it is saying it is 2 because here we have only the 2 file, right? So we are able to read that. Now you will see whatever the expression you are writing, right? How you will get to know like what is the length and what is the count, means what kind of the expression we already have available. So you can see here in triple dot, right? Click here, click on the functions. You will see different kind of the functions are available. Suppose you had to do any kind of the maths operation like add is there, max is there, minimum. So these all the things actually we can use. Suppose you had to derive any kind of the date function. So add days, add hours, add minutes, everything is available here. Means multiple function which is available already available which we can use. Suppose you had to write any if, or if you have to write any greater condition, that also we can do. So like that actually we can do. Now on top of this, suppose you have stored the value, right? Now suppose if you are using a if condition, if the file is greater than 1, then you will perform copy data. If it is less than 5, then you will not perform. So like that condition we can write. So set variable generally we use to store some values into the particular variable. I hope you got the idea. Hello everyone. Now let's see about the another activity. So for the notification also we have a two activity. One is the Office 365 Outlook, or second is the Teams. So suppose if any kind of the failure is happening and you want a notification for that, so what actually you can do? You can set up that Office 365 and the Teams. So what I will do, I will use this. Just drag here. So this is the Office 365, and let me add the second one, that is a Teams one also. Second one is the Teams. I'll add this also. Now what actually we can do? Suppose any kind of the failure is happening in this particular pipeline. So what actually you can do? This cross, right, you can select here, or this cross you can select here. So that if any kind of the failure is happening in the pipeline, you will get a notification. So for that you have to do a setup. If I'll click here, if you have to go into the setting, right, it will ask you to sign in to the 365 Outlook account. If you'll sign in, right, what will happen? The Outlook will be set up. So definitely here your organization Outlook account is required, and that will be set up. If any kind of the failure will happen, you will get a notification. Similarly in a Teams also, here also if you go into the setting, you have to do a sign in. Once you will do sign in, right, any kind of failure is happening, you will get a notifications. So for the notification, these two options are new, and that you should remember. I hope you got the idea. Hello everyone, now we are going to discuss about another activity. The activity name is Invoke pipeline. So what actually we can do with the help of the Invoke pipeline activity, from this particular pipeline, right, I can invoke another pipeline. For taking example, in a workspace, right, in a workspace data factory, I have a multiple pipeline is available, pipeline 1, pipeline 2, pipeline 3, like this multiple pipeline is available. Now your requirement is like, once the pipeline 1 is complete, right, once the pipeline 1 is complete, what actually you want to do? You want to invoke pipeline 2. So in this case, what actually you can do? You can use this activity. So suppose this copy data 1 is completed. Now after that, what actually I can do, I can use this invoke pipeline. I'll connect this. Now in the invoke pipeline, go to the setting. You have to do a setup. First you have to establish a connection. Go to the more. This all available in a fabric, right? So select the fabric data pipeline, create a new connection. You have to just do a sign in. Sign in with your fabric account. Click on the connect. Once you will click on the connect, right, you can see workspace, which particular workspace. In a data factory only we have a multiple pipeline, right? So workspace, I will select data factory pipeline, which particular pipeline you want to run. So suppose after copy data I want to run this pipeline too, so I'll select that. And if any kind of the parameter is there, that actually you can use here, otherwise that's it. Now you can see what will happen once you will run this copy data, right? Once it will succeed, this invoke pipeline, what actually it will do, it will run the pipeline too. Suppose after this pipeline to, right, again you want to invoke another pipeline. So what you can do, again you can use another invoke pipeline, and you can connect that. With the help of that you can invoke the another one. Suppose here I want to invoke the another one, so connection is the same, data factory workspace is same. I want to invoke the pipeline 4. So like that we can use a invoke pipeline. So in a one pipeline itself we can call the another pipeline and we can run that. So like that actually we can orchestrate it. So it is very much useful. Try to do practice. I hope you got the idea what is the use case of the invoke pipeline. Hello everyone. Now let's see how actually we can schedule our pipeline. So till now what actually we were doing, we were manually running the pipeline. So suppose this pipeline, if I had to run, I was clicking on the run button and this pipeline was running. But suppose your requirement is like you want to schedule it, you want it to run on a daily basis or a monthly basis or weekly basis, or suppose every minute you want to run this pipeline. In this case what actually you can do, you can schedule it. So you can come to this run. You can see we have one option, schedule. Click here. You can see schedule, it is off, but we can turn on. After that, now on what time actually you want to run, hourly basis, daily basis, weekly basis, monthly basis, you can select here. Suppose I'll select the hourly. So every 3 hours I want to run this. So what will happen, every 3 hours this pipeline will be scheduled and it will run automatically. So you have to pass the start date. So from which particular date to till that every 3 hours you want to run, so that you have to set up. So suppose from the today to the 10th of July I want to run this pipeline every 3 hours. Every 3 hours in this particular time range I want to run this pipeline. So start date and end date you can mention. What is the time zone on which particular time you want to run it. And if you click on the apply, what will happen? This pipeline will be scheduled and every 3 hours, right, this pipeline will run. Similarly, if you want to schedule on a daily basis, you can schedule that on what is the particular time you want to run. That particular time you can set up, and particular time this pipeline will run. Suppose you want to schedule on a weekly basis, you can schedule the weekly. Suppose on Monday you want to run this, so you can select that what particular time, that particular time you can mention, and this particular time this pipeline will run. Similarly, we have monthly. In a monthly also, every 6 months suppose you want to run, on which particular day you have to mention. Suppose on sixth day I want to run, and after that what particular time you want to run. So this kind of the thing actually you can mention. So with the help of the schedule, what actually we can do, we can schedule our pipeline. That is the first way. And even you want to trigger it, right, this particular pipeline, the another option is add trigger. From this add trigger you can select the source, run a fabric item. So this particular pipeline I want to run, and this is the workspace, and here only I want to save the location. So like this also we can do. In this case also the pipeline will be triggered, but we are going to use a schedule one. This is a more handy, and from here we can schedule all the things like on hourly basis, weekly basis, monthly basis. Based on your requirement you can schedule it, so automatically this pipeline will be triggered. I hope you got the idea how to schedule the pipeline. Hello everyone. Now let's discuss how actually we can monitor our pipeline. Most of the time what happens, we schedule our pipeline and the pipeline may fail or pipeline may succeed. So you have to monitor those pipeline also, right? So what are the different ways through which we can monitor? Let's try to discuss. So suppose I am in this particular pipeline, pipeline 1. Now if you go to the home tab, you will see one option, view run history. You will see the same option available in the run tab also, view run history. If you click here, you can see the status, it is succeed, it has run on this particular time. So this is the first way through which you can monitor it. Now the second way is like in the left side you can see you have one option, monitors. If you click on the monitor, right, from here you can monitor all your pipelines. So you can see couple of pipeline which was succeed, couple of pipeline which was failed, means all the things you can monitor from here. Now here you can see we are not only seeing the pipeline but also we are seeing the other item also. You can see the Lakehouse things also is coming. So how actually you can make sure you will see only the pipeline things, because we want to monitor only the pipeline as of now, right? So what actually you can do, go to the filter, go to the item, from here you can select the data pipeline. Once you select the data pipeline, you will see only the data pipeline related stuff. Now suppose you want to see why actually it got failed, you want to analyze this, so click on this pipeline one. Once you click on the pipeline one, you will be able to see the failure message. From here you can see all the failure details. So like that actually we can monitor it. Now if you come here, right, you can see only the few column actually it is showing, like what is the status, what is the item type, what is the start time, submitted time, and the location. But suppose you want to see more details, so what actually you can do, come to this column option. Suppose you want to see the end time, suppose you want to see the duration or what duration actually it has run, you can select that, and if you'll apply, right, you can see it has run for this particular duration and all. So this kind of the details you can get. We have a couple of more option also available. What is the refresh type, what is the run kind, you can see job instance, what is the capacity through which it is running. So these all the option also you can select and you can see the details. So like way actually we can monitor our pipeline, and any kind of the failure is happening, you will get those details. So like you can see this pipeline has run on this particular time period. It has ended in this particular time period. It has run only for the 14 seconds and after that it got failed. Now to know the what is the issue, you can click on the view detail. You will see the details why actually it got failed, and also if you click on the pipeline, right, you from there you can go directly there and you can see the error details and all. So there are, so like this actually we can monitor it. It is very much important for data engineer to monitor their pipeline. So I hope you got the idea how to monitor the pipeline. Hello everyone, so in this particular video we are going to discuss about the wait activity in a Microsoft Fabric. Wait activity in Microsoft Fabrics adds a delay between activities in your pipeline. Suppose you have created a pipeline. Suppose this is my copy data pipeline. Copy data pipeline, and after that what is happening? Another copy data pipeline has to run. Another copy data pipeline has to run. But what actually you want? First this pipeline will complete, right? First this pipeline will complete. You want to have a 10 minutes gap, or suppose you want to have a 1 minutes gap. 1 minutes gap. In this case what actually we can do? We can use a wait activity. So what will happen? First copy data activity will run, and after that 1 minutes gap will be there. Then the copy data 2 activity will run. So with the help of the wait activity we can pause the pipeline for the some time. Now let's take another example. Suppose you are fetching a data from a API and you want to copy this data into your Lakehouse. Now sometime what happens when you are fetching a data from API, right? Because of some issue, this can fail. This can fail. So you are fetching a data from API and suppose your pipeline got failed. So instead of triggering it again on that particular time, what actually you can do? You can wait for some time. You can wait for 5 minutes. So in this case, what actually I can use? If it is failed, so I will wait for 5 minutes. After that, I will use a retry option. With the help of the retry option, again I will try to invoke the pipeline. So in that kind of the scenario, to wait for some time, what actually we can use? We can use a wait activity. Now suppose you have created one pipeline. What actually it is doing? First it is copying a data into a bronze layer. Then it is copying a data into the silver layer. Then it is copying a data into a gold layer. Now what actually you can do? First it got copied into the bronze layer, right? Now after that what actually you can do? You can wait for some time period and then you can invoke the load into the silver layer. So for this logic, what actually I can use? I can use a wait activity, and I can wait for some time. Then it will load into the silver. Then it will load into the gold. So I hope you got the idea about the wait activity. Let's try to see in the practical. So I open a fabric. So this is a pipeline. Now suppose you want to add a wait activity. So what you have to do? Go into the activity tab. Come here. You will see one option, wait activity. Click here. Just connect it. It's very simple. Click on the wait, go to the setting. It will ask wait time in seconds. Suppose you want to wait it for the 5 minutes. So what actually you can write? 300. So 300 is nothing but a 5 minute, right? So like that in a second you can mention what will happen after running this pipeline. It will wait for this. Hello everyone. So in this particular video we are going to understand about Dataflow Gen2 in Microsoft Fabrics. So till now in our data factory, what actually we were doing, we were trying to extract the data and we were loading into the Lakehouse. Now suppose if you had to perform any kind of the transformation, like if you want to remove the null, suppose if you want to add a new column, suppose you want to clean the data. So in that kind of the case, we have a Dataflow Gen2 concept. With the help of the Dataflow Gen2, we can perform all the kind of the transformation. So let's understand what is Dataflow Gen2. Dataflow Gen2 is low code visual design data transformation tool. When I am saying low code, means you do not have to write any kind of the code here. Means if you are writing a code, that also is very minimum. So that's why we call it as a low code. Visual design means in visually only you will perform all the kind of the transformation. You do not have to write any specific kind of the code in a notebook and all. In a visually way we are going to perform all the kind of the transformation. That's why we call it as a, it is a low code visual design data transformation tool in Microsoft Fabric. It allows you to prepare, clean and transform and load the data into a lakehouse or warehouse using Power Query. It helps you to clean and prepare the data and load into the lakehouse or warehouse by using a Power Query. So in a Power BI also we use a Power Query for clean the data, right? So similar here also, for all the kind of the transformation we have a Power Query. With the help of that only we perform all the kind of the cleaning and all the kind of the transformation operation. How does Dataflow Gen2 work? So with the help of the Dataflow Gen2, we can connect to any of the data source. Suppose your data is available in a ADLS Gen2, suppose your data is available in a SQL Server, Excel, Dataverse, Oracle, like multiple data source you can connect with the help of the Dataflow. You can transform a data. Suppose you have to remove the null value, suppose you have to rename the column, suppose you have to filter a row based on certain condition, suppose you have to merge multiple table, suppose you have to perform a pivot unpivot, suppose you have to remove a duplicate, means all the kind of the transformation we can use in the data flow itself. And all for all we will use a Power Query. In a visual way only we will do, we will not write any kind of the code here. In a visual way only we will try to do all the kind of the transformation and we will try to clean the data. And after cleaning the data we can load the data into a lakehouse table, warehouse and all. And if you have to schedule, then what actually we can use in a data factory only. In a data factory only you will see one option, data flow. That data flow actually if you import, right, you can schedule it so that it will run on a condition base, like a daily basis, weekly basis and monthly basis. So on high level if I'll say, data flow gen 2 is a transformation tool that will help you to perform a ETL operation. That will help you to perform a ETL operation, means you can extract the data from a different sources. After that you can clean the data, remove the null value, all the kind of the cleaning operation you can do, and after that you can load the data into a data warehouse and the lake house. In a data factory activity, what actually we were doing, we were connecting with the different sources and directly we were loading the data, right? Now we have got another thing, that is a transformation layer, and for transformation we are using a Dataflow Gen2. Now let's try to understand the key feature. Drag and drop Power Query based transformation, means all the transformation we will do in a visually, and for that we will use a drag and drop. We are not going to write any kind of the code, so it's very easy. Load data into a lakehouse table, data marts or warehouse. We can, after cleaning the data, we can load the data into a lakehouse and all also. It support incremental refresh, join, filter, merge operation. It is ideal for the business analyst and the data wrangler who don't want to write any kind of the course and all. It is a part of the data engineering or data science workload in a Fabric. What are the use case we have? Suppose if you had to clean the data, suppose you had to filter the data, or you had to save Excel or CSV data, for all the kind of the cleaning operation we use a Dataflow Gen2. You want to create a reusable transformation logic like removing the null, pivot, columns and all. For that we use a Dataflow Gen2. A business analyst wants to prepare data for reporting without writing a code. In a data transformation, in a Dataflow Gen2, you do not have to write a code. So if a business analyst who wants to prepare a data for reporting without writing the code, this is best suit for them. You are bringing in file from a SharePoint, Dataverse or OneDrive and want to flatten or transform a data, then in that kind of the case, we use a Dataflow Gen2. Now let's see how to create a Dataflow Gen2 in a Microsoft Fabric. So I have opened a Fabric account. I'll go to the workspace. This is the workspace we are using. So for creating any kind of the pipeline, what actually we were doing, we were going into the new item and after that we were selecting the data pipeline. Now for the Dataflow Gen2, we have a option. You can see two things you can see. One is the Dataflow Gen1 and second is the Dataflow Gen2. Dataflow Gen2 is the advanced version. So we are going to use the Dataflow Gen2 only. Even though if you click on the Dataflow Gen1, right, it will ask you to create a Dataflow Gen2 because Microsoft also recommend to use a Dataflow Gen2 because here we have a advanced version. So we are going to use that. So what we'll do, click on the new item. We are going to select the Dataflow Gen2 here. Once you will select, it will ask the name. We are going to give the name Dataflow 1 only. Enable the Git integration. We are not going to enable any Git. So as of now, let's uncheck it. Click on the create. And now you can see Dataflow Gen2 has been created. We have given the name as a Dataflow 1, that's why it is showing. And you can see all the visual things actually it is available here. Now it is similar to Power BI, right? In Power BI also we use a Power Query. In a visual way we do all the kind of the transformation. Here also we can do all the kind of the transfer in a visual way only. So suppose you have to import Excel, import a SQL Server, this all the options available. Even if you want to connect with the multiple source, we have a get data option. If you click here, you will see multiple options are available. From there you can select with the multiple sources. All the Excel, SharePoint, web, everything is available. If you click on the view more, all the data source option is available, and wherever your data is available you can connect with that. So from here we can select any kind of the data source. Now after that you can see we have a multiple options are available. If you go into the transform tab, right, the next thing is the transform. In a transform you will see multiple options like group by, use first row as header, replace value, data type, detect data type, you have to rename, unpaired, means all the kind of the option available in a visual only. If you click on that, what will happen, it will show you, and based on the condition you can replace the value, or suppose if you have to add a new column based on certain condition, all the kind of the transformation is available here. If you just have to click and you have to just apply in that. That is a simple way. In a visual way only we have to do. After that we have another, that is the add column. Suppose you have to add a new column, or if you want to create a new column based on the certain condition, so that for that particular add column option is available, and based on certain conditional we can create a new column. So that kind of the logic also we can write and we can create that. And then we have a view option. If you want to see the schema, if you want to see the script, this all the things we can see from here. So in next video what we'll do, we'll try to connect with the data sources and we'll try to explore more. But I hope you got the idea how to create a Dataflow Gen2 and what is a Dataflow Gen2. Hello everyone. So in previous video we have created a Dataflow Gen2 account. Now let's see how actually we can upload any file or how actually we can connect with any of the data source. To connect with any of the data source, click here and you will see all the options. So if you want to connect with the Excel, SQL Server database, all the options are available. You can connect with that. Click on the view more, you will see more options are available like Azure SQL database, Snowflake, everything is available, and based on your requirement you can connect with any of the data source. What actually we are going to do as of now, we are going to connect with the Lakehouse. We are going to connect with the Lakehouse. So we already have created a few of the Lakehouse, right? In that particular Lakehouse we will try to upload a few files and then we'll try to connect. So what I will do, first I will try to upload few files in the Lakehouse. To do that, what actually I have to do, go to the OneLake. You will see this particular thing, right? What you have to do, you have to close. You can see one cut mark, right? Close it, close the workflow first. After that go to the workspace. In a workspace we have a Fabric Data Factory workspace. In a Fabric Data Factory workspace, we have a destination Lakehouse. In this Lakehouse, what we will do, we will try to upload a few files. So what actually I will do, I will try to upload a file. Click on the upload, click on the upload files, select this. I am going to connect with the global superstore dataset. This is the Excel file. I am going to upload that. Click on the upload. You can see global superstore Excel file got uploaded. Now what I will do, with the help of the data flow, I will try to connect this. So I will go to the workspace again. I will go to the data factory. We have created a data flow, right? Go there. Now how to connect? Go to here, get data. Go to the more option. In a OneLake catalog only it is available, right? So I'll select that. It is available in a destination Lakehouse. So I'll select that. You can see everything is available here. You will be able to see all the files. So if you click on the files, right, double click, you can see global superstore Excel. Click on this, select this, click on the create. Once you will select, right, you can see in the right side navigation multiple things are happening. What actually it is going to do, it is going to upload a file for us. It's still in progress. Once the few steps will be complete, right, what actually it will happen, after that the files will be uploaded and we will be able to see the files also. Now you can see in this Excel, right, I have a multiple sheets. So you can see I have a order sheet, people sheet, return sheet, customer sheet. So if you want to see any of the data, right, you can click on this. Suppose I want to analyze the order sheet. So I'll click on this order table. What will happen, I will be able to see order sheet and all the data here. Now you can see I am able to see all the data. I can see order ID, order date, ship date, or everything I can see. Similarly, if you want to see any of the data which is available in another sheets, so right side you can see, right, go to the Excel and I want to see suppose people data. So if I'll click on the people, right, so you can see replace all subsequent step. If you click on this, I will be able to go into the people data. I can see this is the two column which is available. I am able to see that. Again, I will go into that particular sheet. I'll go to the order sheet. Click on the you can see I am able to see the order data. We have order ID, order date, ship date, and all the things are available. Now suppose you want to do any kind of the transformation, so multiple things are available here in a home tab, right? If you can see, we have a multiple options are available. So let's see one by one. So first thing is like remove a column. So suppose this row ID is not important for me, and this particular column actually I want to remove. So how actually I can do that? So if I'll select this and if I'll click on the remove column, you can see that particular column got removed, and the right side you can see the remove column option is coming. This particular step actually it happened, this particular transformation we perform. Now if you want to undo, if you'll click here, right, that particular column will be available again. You can see that particular has come again. Now what actually I want to do, I want to just remove it. So click on this remove column, that particular column will be removed. Now after that we have another option, that is a remove rows. So suppose I want to remove few of the rows, or suppose I want to remove any duplicate rows which is available in the order ID. So what I will do, I'll select those particular column. I'll go to the remove rows. You can see remove duplicate. So whatever the duplicate values will be there, right, that particular rows will be removed. So it's very simple, right? With the help of one click only, we are able to perform this all the kind of the operation. You do not have to write any kind of the code also. So all the duplicate IDs was present, right? That actually got removed. Now suppose again I will click on the remove rows. We have a multiple options. Suppose you want to remove the top rows. If I click here, top 10 rows you want to remove. So if you click that, the rows will be removed. So based on your requirement, this all the kind of the operation actually you can do that. And based on one click itself, you will be able to perform this all the operation. Now suppose I want to sort this data, this CT data. So if I'll click here, and for the sorting lowest to the highest, or for sorting highest to the lowest option is available. If you'll click on the sort lowest to the highest, this particular CT column will be sorted based on the lowest to the highest. You can see for the sorting also I do not have to write any code. With the one click itself I am able to sort this. Means this Dataflow Gen2 is a a low code, means you do not have to write any kind of the code, very minimum code. With the help of that you will be able to perform all the kind of the operation. Now let's see how actually we can change the data type. So you can see order date and the ship date, these two column is available. This order date, right, the date column is not coming properly, but I want to see this properly because this order date, right, it has mentioned as a integer. What actually I want to do, I want to change this data type as a date. So I'll click on this date. You can see order date got converted into the proper date. Similarly ship date, this also is not in proper data type, right, it is in whole number it has selected, but I want to change into the date and time. So if you click on the date and time, this ship date will be converted into the date and time. So like that, with one click itself we are able to do all the things. We are able to change the data type, we are able to remove the column, we are able to add the columns, and also it's very simple. There are multiple options are available, everything we are going to explore, but I hope you got the idea how to upload a file and how to do a basic transformation in this video. In next video we'll try to continue this. Now let's see few more transformation. So I'll go into the transform tab. In the second tab, suppose we have this particular column, this is a segment column. Now let's see, you want to convert everything in a uppercase. So how actually you can do, so you will see one of the option, that is a format option here in the transform tab. Search for the format. If you click here and if you click on the uppercase, what will happen, everything will be converted into the uppercase. You can see segment column, everything got converted into the uppercase. Suppose you want to convert into the lowercase, so what you will do, you'll click on the lower, everything will be converted into the lowercase. Now if you again we have more option, capitalize each word, means first letter will be converted into the capital, so that is the capitalize each word. So like that you can see with one click itself this all the things are happening and we are able to do that. Now let's see more thing. Next is the trim. So suppose you have a leading and the trailing white space, and that white space you want to remove. So with the help of the trim actually we can do that. So if you click on the trim, right, whatever the white space will be there, that will be removed. Here we don't have, that's why we can't see, but if you want to do that kind of the operation, that kind of the operation also is available. After that we have a add prefix. Suppose before to this I want to add few prefix. Suppose I want to add the prefix Mr. If I click on the OK, what will happen, one prefix will be added. Similarly afterward if you want to add any suffix, that particular suffix and prefix you can add with this particular option. Means you can see with one click only you are able to do this all the kind of the operation. So I don't want to this prefix, so I will just remove it. Now let's see another transformation. Suppose based on this dash, right, whatever the dash we can see, based on this you want to split the column. So if I click on the split column, you can see by delimiter we want to split. So we will select here and we will select the custom and we will write based on the dash we want to split. So if I click on the OK, what will happen, based on the dash actually it will split it. You know, right, for splitting we have to write the multiple lines of the code, but here you can see with the help of the one click itself you can see multiple column actually it got splitted based on the split. So you can see we have now two state, one is the state 1, state 2, based on the whatever the slash was there, right, actually it splitted the state 1 and the state 2. I'll just remove this, but this is another transformation we can perform. Now suppose your requirement is like you want to replace some values. So suppose in a city I want to replace this ABA, right, I want to replace with some other another value. So what actually I can do, I will select the column, go to the replace value to find this is a particular value I want to replace with the AB AB double A I want to replace. If I click on the OK, what will happen, whatever the ABA value was there, right, that will be replaced with the AB double A. Now you can see it got converted in a AB double A. Means you can see with one click only we are able to this all the kind of the operation. Now suppose you want to any rename the column, this city column you want to rename, select that, click on the rename, and with the help of the rename you will be able to rename also. So let me make it in the capital. So everything is available like a button, you just have to click and you have to perform the that particular operation. Now let's see how actually we can perform few of the mathematical operation. Like suppose you have to find out the minimum, max, average, all the kind of the transformation also available. Let's see how to do that. So what you have to do, go into the transform option, select any of the column. So let me select any of the integer one. Suppose this is the sales column. If I select this, after that you can see we have a one statics column. Select that. If you want to find out the sum, if you click on this, what will happen? You will get the what is the total sum of the sales value. You can see this is the total sales value. So like this actually we can find out. I will just cut it. Similarly, if you want to find out what is the minimum, what is the maximum, what is the average, you just have to click, and after that what you have to, in a transform tab, you just have to go into the statics. You will be able to find what is the minimum value, what is the maximum sales, what is the median sales, what is the average sales, everything you will be able to find out. Now suppose you want to know the what is the distinct values we have, what is the total number distinct order ID we have. If you want to know that, you have to click on the order ID, select that. You can see count of distinct value. If you will do this right, you will get to know what is the total number of orders we have. Like that you can do analysis also from here itself. After that I'll just close it. So from the statics tab, you will be able to see all the kind of the things like the sum, min, medium, maximum, average and all. Now I'll click on the sales again. Now we have another option, that is you can see standard. If you select this, suppose you want to add some values here. I want to add 5, 10 and all. You, if you just click it, you just have to provide a value, then the value will be added. Similarly, if you want to do a multiply, suppose you are running for the any kind of the discount, and if you want to apply certain values like 0.3% discount is happening, and if you click on the OK, right, what will happen? Sales into the zero point 0.3 will happen and you will get those values. Like that the multiple things you can do it from here. Again, if I'll click on this option, you can see you can do a subtract, divide, percent also we can find out, percent of particular thing we can find out, means all the kind of the mathematical things operation available, and from here we can do analysis and we can perform a operation. Now we have another option, that is the square one. So suppose you want to find out the square root or the power. If you want to do, if you want to do a square, cube, power, everything option is available, you can perform from here. Suppose I will do square root. If I click on the square root, what will happen? The square root will be calculated for that particular column. So like that the multiple things actually we can perform from here, and these are the option actually you can explore for the mathematical things. Now let's see one cool feature which is available in a Dataflow Gen2, that is a diagram view. So as of now what is happening, whatever the transformation we are applying, in the right side we can see that. Now suppose you want to see in a proper view. So what actually we have for that? We have a diagram view for that. In the right side you can see we have a diagram view icon. You just have to click on that, or what actually you can do, on the top right you can see one view. If you click on the view, you will see diagram view is there. So let me click here, and once I will click here, you will see one magic. You can see whatever the transformation we have done, right? We can see all those transformation. So starting whenever you upload a file, right, few of the things happens internally in a fabric, right? So that navigation we can see. After that you can see whatever the transformation we have applied, like the change column, remove duplicate, remove top rows. These are the transformation we have applied, right? We can see everything here. So now after that, in this particular diagram view, if you want to add a multiple transformation, that also you can do. So you can see plus, right? We have a plus. Now after that you will see all the kind of the transformation option is available. You will see all the kind of the transformation available, like remove rows, remove duplicate, keep duplicate, every option you will say. Suppose you want to do a sorting, suppose you want to combine a column, suppose you want to do a group by. So if I click on the group by, so group by based on which particular column you want to group. Suppose based on the city, what actually I want to do, I want to sum of sales. So based on the city I want to do a sum of sales, and I want to create a new column name. The new column name is grouping something I will give. You can give any name and click on the OK. In this case what will happen, see, based on each city, it has given the what is the sum of sales. It has given what is the sum of sales. Now suppose on top of this you want to apply a sorting. So if I'll click here and if I'll click on the sort based on the descending order, I can do that. So if I'll do on the sort descending, click here, what will happen? This will be group based on the descending order. This will be group based on the descending. So this diagram is very much important. With the help of that, you will be able to see what are the transformation you are doing in a proper way, and also on top of that also if you have to apply certain thing, you can do that. This sorting and grouping I don't want, and if you want to remove this, so you have to just right click, delete, you will delete, right? That particular transformation will be deleted. Similarly this sorted, you can delete it, what will happen, that will be deleted. Now let's see how actually we can perform a joining operation in a Microsoft Fabric. So as of now you can see we have connected with one of the data source, that is Excel. In this Excel you can see we have performed this all the kind of the transformation. If you want to just collapse it, just collapse it. You can see this is the first data source. What actually we will do, we will connect with any other data source also. For that what you have to do, go to the home, click on this, click on the more option. We are going to connect with the Lakehouse again, OneLake catalog, destination Lakehouse. Click on the file, click on the global superstore, click on the create. Now this time what we will do, we will try to connect with the customer sheet. Previously we have connected with another, right? Now will connect with the customer sheet. So this is the customer sheet, we will connect with that. So on the top, that is the order data. Now on the bottom right, this is a customer data. Now what we will do, if you have to perform a join, so this is a two data source we have. One, this is the first, this is the second. Now what actually we wanted, based on these two data source, we want to join it and we want to create a new data source. So what actually I'll do, click on this three dot, click on the merge queries as new. So we want to create a new, right? So we will click on the merge queries as new. Merge query is just a replacement of a join. Means in a Fabric, for joining operation we have given the name as a merge. With the help of the merge we can perform a joining. So you can see it is saying like the first table is a global superstore. What is the second table? So second table is this table. We can select that, right? Now after that you can see in the join what kind of the join operation you want to do. Left join, right join, full outer join, inner join, left anti, right anti, every option is available, and that actually you can do. Now if you had to do a join, right, so from the first table which particular column, this customer ID, right? So I'll select the customer ID. Now in the second table also we have a customer ID, so I'll select that. So both the column you have to select, and after that if you click on the left outer, right, you can see we can see 25,000 rows from the first table, means the left join operation is happening. So similarly if you had to perform a inner join, so click on the inner based on which particular column. So I'll select the customer ID and the customer ID. After that you will see how many records which is matching between the two table, that we can see 25,000 rows. So like that actually we can do. And if I'll click on the OK, if I'll click on the OK, what will happen, inner join operation will happen and the new data source will be created. Now you can see I am able to see the data. Here we should also have a customer data. So you can see the first table we can see, and the for second table also is available, and you can see in the table, if you click on the table you will be able to see the second table option, means what are the column which is available. That information also will be able to see. Means both the table got merged and we are able to see into the this merge option. So like that actually we can perform a joining operation, and finally we can load into the final destination. So how to load into the final destination, that actually we will see in the next video.